Hallo, ja. He sees the microphone and then We start. Welcome to this seminar. And on the behalf of the committee for this seminar, I'm glad to open it about building back better in Ukraine, with focus on property rights, right to land, building, and apartment in Ukraine. Those who organize this seminar is Habitat Norway, Tekna, the Norwegian Professional for the Built Environment, Forum for Technology and Development Cooperation. You can see it down here, who we are. And we also cooperate with CLGE, who have their General Assembly here in Stavanger for the next 2 days. I am the chairman of the Norwegian Professional for the Built Environment, and we are looking forward for this seminar. I also have to say thanks to those from Ukraine to have helped us to making the program and have been positive to take part and give us a presentation here today. I also will tell you that this seminar will be recorded so you can see it later. We will stop the recording when we go to the panel debate and people who have questions. Now I give the microphone to Helge Onsrud, who will take us through this seminar. You, Helge, can introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Ivar. As he said, my name is Helge Onsrud, and I can immediately say it's good to be back. I was for several years a Norwegian delegate to CLGE. I used to work for the Norwegian Mapping and Cadastre Authority, and for the last 20 years, I worked with the Norwegian-funded projects abroad, mainly to help former socialist countries to re-establish private services for public services for the emerging markets in private property. I will be helped during this session with questions, etc., from Mr. Duncan Moss. He's sitting there. He's senior employee of the Ordnance Survey based in Edinburgh. Long experience also with international activities. Very active in the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, and currently also a delegate to CLGE and currently Vice President of CLGE. We plan to do this without, and we are not opening for general questions during the session. It's complicated when speakers are sitting remotely. Anybody can send in questions using the chat in the team program, and it will be picked up, and we'll try to handle it after the workshop, at the very end of the workshop. That will only function if the speakers remain online until the very end. I hope that we will ask each of the speakers if they are able to be online until the very end and answer questions at that time. During the session, Duncan or myself, we will allow us to make comments or questions directly after each speaker. Then I'm very glad to introduce the first speaker, Mr. Oleksandr Anisimov. He's a researcher on municipal governance and spatial planning, and holds a doctorate and a researcher at Aalto University in Finland. He's going to speak about financial and organizational design of the housing system, including taxation and property regime in Ukraine. Oleksandr, are you on?
Hello, everyone. I hope you hear me well, because I don't see you. I see only your screen. Let's start. Thank you for your kind introduction and invitation to join the seminar. Currently I'm doing a doctoral research at Aalto University, but I also work in Ukraine in 2 positions: as a head of an NGO and as a leader of the the Center for Land and Housing Research at Kharkiv School of Architecture. So I have this loyalty to 2 or at least 3 institutions currently, and 2 of them are in Ukraine. This evening, I plan to talk about several things, and I hope you will bear with me. It's not an easy presentation. I try to make it as short as possible, but it will take you on a route through different aspects and components of the system as I see it. So, but maybe let's start a little bit with a refreshment of a kind of an approach maybe that I share regarding any housing development and any housing system. It is what I call a prologue. So if we think about current conditions of a lot of places in Ukraine, they're hit by devastation. A lot of buildings are either damaged or completely destroyed. A lot of people left their homes. I will go about this information in detail just a little bit further on. But what we were having at the same time was this deeply inhumane and inadequate construction industry that basically led the whole the building housing sector for decades. And my starting point is that I don't want the recovery and the new housing development to look like this. I firmly believe we have an opportunity to reshape the ways in which the housing system has been functioning to this day. And this also jumps on the point that basically when we're talking about recovery or building back or building back better, is that housing is as much as a practical material aspect or thing, it is also a very economically and socially embedded element of the economy. And what I've been seeing as is that we didn't find a middle ground between conventional luxury or high-end apartment and housing construction. That was the majority of construction happening in Ukraine, even though it was of a poor quality construction-wise, but also of this very temporary, transient systems of sheltering people. And these were, to me, the starting point here is that we didn't find a way of how to build a long-term or rebuild sustainable housing that would cater for people with the needs they have and the capacities they have. But also, one of the things that I've been thinking about lately is that the narratives that we share in Ukraine, they don't reflect the narratives that are currently prevalent in the European Union, which has moved to create a separate portfolio on housing, because housing crisis in the systems that followed the neoliberal transition since 1980s just failed to provide housing for low and today even middle income groups in wealthy European Union countries. And prices and rents are soaring. Commissions is there to support people. Roberta Metsola also commented that youth is unable to rent and housing crisis is looming. But in Ukraine, we seemingly do not understand that the long-term consequences of the conventional private-led markets will just lead to the same conditions that Europeans are now facing inside the European Union. And basically, this conventional market-led approach will eventually, after decades, if it's implemented, continue to lead to housing that is developed not where it's needed, but for those people who need it. It will never be according to the quality standards, especially concerning nowadays need to build near-zero energy buildings, to adapt to climate change, to create as much of sustainable space as possible, covered not with concrete, but with vegetation and so on. So how do we get there? How do we get the thing around it? I'll get back to this point at the very end. Before, I need to introduce you to some of the Ukrainians' empirical conditions that we have. So this is the kind of first part of my presentation, is where we will look through the housing conditions as we understand them today. So there are several components of this housing conditions, as they call them. Let's maybe start with the social housing stock. Social housing stock under Ukrainian legislation is a very limited and narrow understanding of a housing provision model. And up until 2022, we just had over 1,000 social housing units. Understanding the population was about 38 million people. So it's something that was negligible and basically non-existent. And during the war, we don't have numbers. The ministry does not collect those numbers in full, especially for social housing. So social housing can be estimated up to 5,000 or 6,000 units in today's terms. So there is a huge lack of this system, and I'll get back why is it so. Another thing is the temporary housing, which sprung up. We also had a very limited supply of such housing before the war, before the full-scale invasion. But basically, today we have much more of that, which is now approximated that around 100,000 IDPs are now temporarily sheltered in this transient temporary residence formats, such as dormitories, places which were converted from office uses or administrative uses. And these are the numbers that International Organization of Migration were collecting, and other partners were trying to get together. Now there is another side to it, which is rarely reflected upon, that we already had a growing homelessness before the war, which was not really related directly to the regime or to the issues of Russian invasion. We just had inadequate system of social support for people who lost their homes, and homelessness was rising, and we had 50-something thousand people registered in 2021, and some estimates call that it's above 200,000 today. How many of those people are IDPs? It's hard to say, perhaps majority, but the issue of homelessness and inability to provide homes to people who lost them before the war was there in both cases. When we're talking about rent, you can see some of the very superficial statistics, which still can hint about what's been happening in the rental market in Ukraine. And it's been obviously overheated. And it was unaffordable and unsafe because we have a very limited management and control system over rental housing. Rental housing has no direct responsibility in the government, so there is no one looking at it. There is no one specifically controlling anything happening to rental markets. It's between me and my landlord. And the rents, especially in cities of better significance, of higher status, were just soaring. So you see Kyiv had 20,000 per apartment, Lviv had 18,500 hryvnias. So by the 2023, it would be 500 euros, maybe less per apartment. Was in Lviv, it was considered to be 70 to 80% of the medium salary officially. If we turn to IDPs, some data of International Organization of Migration hints that IDPs are suffering even worse conditions than general population. It's not only that the majority of IDPs rent, it's that they are often renting without legal documents. So basically they're renting in the black market, but they are also renting with a far higher housing expenditures per their income. So if you see the third column here, IDPs are estimated to have an income, or IDP household estimated to have an income of 13,500 hryvnias. They were renting for 8,500 hryvnias. So that's more than 60% medium terms. 50%, more than 50% of IDPs were spending more than 60% of their income on rent. My colleagues from University of Sydney and Royal Melbourne University conducted a thorough study of the IIM data regarding housing needs, and we could estimate that approximately there are 500,000 homes needed for IDP households at the end of 2023. I guess it's more today because of the further destruction brought by a Russian invasion and rocket attacks. So what would that mean? That would mean that some IDPs who would like to settle in their nearby oblasts or the regions they were from is quite high, but also there are a lot of IDPs who moved and would like to stay in the areas in the central or west Ukraine where they are really looking for a new apartment. And you see the pressure is in the central and the frontline communities. What does that mean in practical terms? In practical terms, that means that households actually have a very limited income to be spent on anything. So they are not able to cover any terms of loans. They are not able to cover any terms of purchase. Those people who could, they are already not renting, or they are renting and not calling for IAM's data. So they are not included here. Basically, it can be seen that varying needs are also problematic because households are larger than national averages. So families usually live together with more people, such as kids or elderly part of the family. And the problem also is that their pre-war incomes were higher. So they kind of went down their income range, and they are far lower than national averages today. So the need for these people is nowhere near temporary, and need for housing support can be extended into the next 10 to 20 years for these people to get back on their feet. And I just love this graph. This is also by my colleagues, and we can kind of very simplistically calculate there are 30 billion euros gap of funding if this funding is provided at 0% cost basis. So if it's a capital investment model provided by such organizations such as European Investment Bank, Council of Europe Bank, direct subsidies, where there is no return on investment, but just the pure coverage of the costs. If it's discounted finance model that we usually see in European countries, when there is discounted finance at 3 to 5%, perhaps it would cost 37 billion euros, 38. And if we are looking at the private finance model, which is the presumably best solution we are looking at, it would cost, with the expected rent capital income returns, up to 101% more than the capital investment, and would amount to 85 billion euros needed to cover those 500,000 dwellings. So, understanding all of this, how can we actually invest any reasonable sum of money in the Ukrainian housing system? I would say we cannot. And under current legislation and management conditions, we are suffering huge problems regarding about how and where money can be actually invested. And there are three types of leaks which would make the investment basically useless. So there are subsidies for homeowners, mortgage subsidization, and I'll explain in detail how that works, and also loss-oriented social housing model. And my component, or my perspective on this, and unless we fix the leaks in this housing system, it would make no sense to pour more, especially public money, in this leaky, inefficient, and also carbon-intensive system of housing. What do I mean by non-leaky system, right? Because if there are some systems that are leaky, there should be systems that have the capacities or have the properties of resilient housing systems. There are. And if we take a broad stance about what is a resilient housing system, it has three components. It is the breadth of financial resources that are brought in the housing system. So it's about the loans, it is about the direct finance, it's about the government subsidies, it is about the revolving funds, it is about the private subsidiaries, it's about bonds. It should use and collect a number of sources to be sustainable and to be able to build a relationship which makes the housing system float. The other thing is the cyclicality of finance. So what we mean here is that currently, or maybe usually, it's that the private market doesn't want to invest when the outcomes are, well, not so good for private markets or private expected incomes from investment. And basically, that's where the state or any other non-state actor should step in. And this is the crucial component because the need for housing never ends. But if the social housing investment or affordable housing investment just mirrors the dynamics of private markets, it means a complete fallout with the needs on housing. Thus, the investment has to be counter-cyclical. And the third and very important component is the non-permeability. And it basically means that the investment that is put in the system remains in the system forever, because unless it remains in the system forever, money gets out of the system and it starts to leak and it starts to create a lot of problems that we have in Ukraine. There are lots of resilient housing systems. I will take a look at Austria, a very brief one, because only systems that are resilient can afford to get a long-term strategic loans that allow for a development of a housing system. So there are 5 pillars of Austrian housing system, and this is exactly, in a sense, contrary to what we have in Ukraine, because it has cost trends, referring to that the costs of renting are the same as the construction costs plus the maintenance need. The surpluses that are received in this system from rents are always revolved. They are never taken out for people to buy yachts, iPhones, Maserati, or so on. The assets of these companies that develop and maintain housing are always tied up. You cannot sell them off on some capital markets. You cannot go on and privatize them. These companies only deal with housing and subsequently certain spatial development, and do not deal other business, and do not engage in other business activities. And they obviously have a strict audit and supervision, which is costed in and provides a very stringent, a very effective, a very cost-efficient model for their existence. And this is why Austrians have been able to produce affordable housing across the country on a very high quality, very, very sustainable, and also, in a sense, it is forever, because the costs are evolved, and even if people move out, even if governments change, these systems will remain in place because they are so strong, they're so resilient, and they're able to keep in the money that was invested in them for future use. However, in Ukraine, we have quite a contrary condition here. First leak is the subsidies for a broken system of maintenance, or subsidies for homeowners. While you might know, we had kind of an post-Soviet housing regime change, which amounted to a retreat of the state. So the government stepped out of the housing market in most cases, with the privatization of separate flats by homeowners during 1990s. And we did never develop a financialized housing market. So the developers did not go to banks. They did not go for international investment. They did not go for long-term loans. They look for private direct investments of households to finance future construction, which basically cemented this one single monopoly of private development companies relying on private direct investment on households, and thus producing a certain state capture by developers of the councils in major cities and even parliament committees. And these private development companies are the major power in Ukrainian housing and land development sphere, which are which are built on a very specific financial and management basis, and they're very, very reliant on current government subsidies. And I'll explain why. There was a certain evolution of the ownership of a multi-apartment building. So if we take a usual kind of imagined multi-apartment building, important component of Ukrainian privatization was that the privatization was of apartments, not of the building. So each sitting tenant got his or her flat, but nobody seemed to be privatizing the building itself. Thus the question arose, who is the owner of exterior walls, staircases, roofs, basement, In 2001, lawyers and the parliament came to a solution. They made people co-owners without shares. So they made them co-owners of this whole apartment, whole building, and they offered them an ability to establish a legal entity to run the maintenance of this building. Unfortunately, this system didn't really fly at once. So in 2015, they made it compulsory that every multi-apartment building automatically is transferred to this joint ownership system, and they were made to choose one or the other management option. And the option management that is usually preferred in Ukraine on level of policy is a homeowners association model. I will explain it just in a brief, but it's important to understand here is that this specific type of ownership has created and sits just in front of the problem of why the renovation of all of this building is so hard to establish. Because owners who sit in those apartments are usually income poor. So they haven't been setting out for capital repair funds because the state thought, well, maybe we could be able to borrow money in future to pay for capital repairs. So there is no entity in the whole country that is collecting capital repairs funds from apartments. This led to lack of maintenance cost and long-term maintenance repairs, which led in sequence to that of a lot of households, and by 2019 it was estimated 40% of households were living in a housing where no major repair was made. So it is a really large number of people living in apartments where no major repairs were ever made. So we could imagine the backlog of the repairs, and I'm not talking about modernization on the level of near energy zero buildings, is hundreds of billions of euros in maintenance. So this number could be even larger than the one that is needed to house the households that lost their apartments to the war. And the management system that I'm trying to kind of explain here is in a sense broken because it is unfinished. Just over 20% of all multi-apartment buildings in Ukraine have this home ownership association that I just mentioned. And the growth was about 2,000 per year at best case. All of the other currently maybe less than 150,000 multi-apartment buildings are basically leaking assets because they are patched up year after year by a certain municipal management company, a Soviet JAC that has been rebranded as a management company, which itself is very poorly managed, usually understaffed. There is no oversight of how it is using its assets, and it doesn't own anything. So it's just a management rights. So it cannot develop any leases. It cannot develop any loan projects. It's just coming there to patch your roof. How does that fit together? Because usually it's treated that we have two major forms of ownership in Ukraine, which is private and public ownership, and public ownership is divided in the state and communal ownership, or in English it's usually called municipal ownership. But the thing is with the multi-apartment buildings is that a certain specific form of collective ownership is used. Because if we're talking about multi-apartment buildings, contrary to detached houses which are owned directly by homeowners, and there is no conflict of interest or conflict of ownership regime, here this certain thing which has a lot of influence from the collective or cooperative management logic is brought together under this idea of joint collective ownership. And how does that differ? It differs because if we look at the second and third column, we can understand that all of Ukrainian multi-apartment buildings are managed in two major forms. So there are ones that have no home ownership association and those who have a home ownership association. But what's the difference? Usual form of condominium ownership in European Union is joint ownership in shares, and the person who owns a share owns a right to the apartment and a right to the land underneath. However, in Ukraine, there is no share. You own all of this except for your flat. So multi-apartment building does not include a flat itself. In a sense, it's a paradox, but that's the legal form. So you own the stairs, the basement, in the collective shares, also exterior walls. But multi-apartment building doesn't have a home ownership association, is not a legal entity. So it has an address, but it doesn't exist as a legal entity. So it's even hard to say what is collectively owned, because collectively owned is a kind of a physical space, but not a legal entity. If a home ownership association is established, then the home ownership association becomes a manager of a legal entity, but it also is not the owner of the building. So there is a lot of paradoxes in this system, that people are somehow owners of a building that is not really a legal entity, it's by itself. The problem here is that if you look at the funds and for capital repairs and maintenance line, you see that usually the condominiums are required to set aside a certain number of money to keep up with capital repairs and maintenance, and often they're even fined if they do not do so. In Ukraine, however, there is no requirement to set up any funds for capital repair and maintenance. And multi-apartment buildings with no home ownership association that are managed by municipal managing body, which I just explained to you, usually are subsidized by the municipality directly in case of emergencies. Because municipality is the owner of these managing bodies and has to so-called provide for people or for homeowners under these circumstances. And with home ownership associations, there are no capital repair funds, and usually it's just the current maintenance funds. So some funds to keep up the current management and current capital repairs so that building doesn't fall apart. But if we're talking about renovation, if we're talking about major investment, there is no space where multi-apartment buildings collect that money or put that into. They even cannot buy shares, so they cannot even invest elsewhere. And the last component, which I will get back to, is the land ownership. And in Ukrainian case, buildings are not connected to land in this property regime, and multi-apartment buildings without home ownership association have no land whatsoever. And those buildings with home ownership association have an opportunity to get land for free from the municipality for a free lease, indefinite free lease. But I'll get back to that thing later. Why does that matter? That matters because in the case of this building being destroyed, it is very hard for a state or even for a municipality to get in and start repairing the building because the ownership rights are not resolved. So the state basically comes in, repairs private property without really understanding about how they go about all of the legal components regarding the land underneath the building, the ownership of the collective spaces, the decision making on the agreement of the collective homeowners. So this thing is largely unregulated in the case of buildings that didn't have a home ownership association, which makes recovery and funding of recovery a very complex issue. And by themselves, Soviet microdistricts, which constitute 60 to 70% of all multi-apartment buildings, have this four components of a vicious circle. They have this fractured ownership pattern with poor maintenance. They lack any kind of private or state or funds for innovation. They're extensively fossil fuel energy dependent, and they require deep renovation. They cannot go on with just a slight insulation or extension of structures, which is impossible under current fractured ownership pattern. And the last component of this leaking regime is that the state actually subsidizes it, because state has usually taken care of keeping people warm by subsidizing black hole or fire, basically spending billions of hryvnias every year for heating with fossil fuels. We understand that this is not a unique Ukrainian case, but Ukrainian case also brings little to no incentive to go about it. So basically, the majority of people just rely on the subsidies, and majority of people get the subsidies for extending their fossil fuel use, which is growing year by year because the prices of energy are rising. So that leads us to the second lead. We have another problem in this system, is that mortgage subsidization and apartment purchase by the state, which are in a way are the same kind of components of the system, create this leak where mortgage subsidies, in Ukrainian terms today, this is just one system of Ukrainian financial housing, create a leaky problem because they are not just unfair and ineffective because they are not focusing on those people who are in most housing need, but they're also leaky. Quality of housing is not controlled by the company that provides finance. Developer margins themselves are not also controlled, as well as real costs. So there is a limit on costs that it can be subsidized, but there is no limit on the total cost of construction and operation costs. There is obviously an increasing cost of finance related very much to the inflation, but also to the risks that are undertaken by all of the parties in the project. And the cost of finance is only increasing, especially since they borrow international markets. There is a long-term burden that is created on a public budget to pay back those funds to international bondholders, which are paid not just by the people who got the mortgages, but also by the general public via taxation. And the last problem is that the future ownership and the status of the flat is not controlled after 5 years, which I presume will fuel asset approach to the home ownership to be used as a means not for people to live in, but to store it as an asset. And the compensation system alongside the mortgage system only covers a fraction of need. Because if we take the repair system, it is a well-working, clearly necessary component of how the repairs, it's on the left. So there are more than 40,000 people who already got cost by May 2023, and we can establish that there is much more currently, but this is the one that I found on the internet. Regarding the certificates, which is an alternative system, it is now used as a collateral for mortgages. So basically, this system feeds in the same leaky system of mortgage subsidization for people who lost their homes. They put down the down payment in the form of a certificate to get a mortgage, to be hooked on the mortgage, and to continue paying the certificate over the certificate funds for mortgages. And I have tried to explain it in a form of a scheme here, where there is a creditor who buys the public debt issued by Finjitlo, or by the Ministry of Economy, but basically it's used for Finjitlo, which then pay fees for the banks and the cost of finance separately for the banks to give the mortgages to specific households. Banks obviously pay to their shareholders, so we get the first leak in this system. Then the banks are required to, for the development or the provision of housing, developers also have their own shareholders with a private interest financial system. That is another leak. And when the delivery of property happens, as I said, it's not used for social purposes or affordable housing forever. It is another leak that gets out of the system, that just after 5 years, people can do whatever they want with this housing the way they want. And repayment for profit and bonds is in majorities by recurring taxation, not just by the installments and repairs that are paid to the bank. So the thing is that this system is a public budget debt system, which sets up the whole country on a hook for paying for public debt. And the last component which makes this system possible is that we have a very lousy system of real estate taxation. I will not talk about land because we have experts in the meeting who will talk about land taxation. But if we look at the real estate property that people gain through mortgages, it's a very profitable, very positive option for them, as they get a very low flat price tax, which is usually based on the total floor area with a major exemptions by size, ownership, and function. So a lot of people actually do not pay this tax. We have an incomplete property register, which doesn't function in the case of mortgage because you will be registered, but generally is still today, it's a very weak oversight by the tax authority of whether people actually pay the tax. And majority of people who pay it, they are not filtered, they're not controlled by tax authority directly because this is a very complex tax to manage. So homeowners are highly privileged regarding their ownership of their assets, and they really don't pay major taxes on these assets. The last leak I wanted to focus on is the loss-oriented. So what I mean by loss-oriented? I mean of loss-oriented is that this system is a black hole of public finance. And it is a black hole of public finance because there is obligation to pay for tenants who got into social housing, but there is no revolving fund that is created by the payments of those tenants who can pay for themselves. So there is no revolving funds from the rental payments. It is still under commercial taxation regime. So if we take any social housing that is developed under current regulation, it goes through the commercial taxation regime with the income tax for the companies that manage housing, with the income tax for the renting of those properties. So it's under a commercial taxation regime currently, which creates additional financial burden. Obviously, it is underpinned by inadequate rental prices, which do not reflect cost and maintenance, which are much lower than the cost trend that we need to develop a sustainable housing form. And we also do not have a single form of managing, reporting, and quality assurance system, and no state body that would go on for following the managing and reporting on the local level and controlling the quality of the provided housing. Emergency housing, in my opinion, is no better because most of these places hang on humanitarian or donor subsidies, which will dry up eventually, and there is no understanding of how to deal without them. Donor investments themselves are not secure for future because private ownership cannot limit the use of these buildings, which can change after a certain time. So people will perhaps privatize it, or the companies that own it will go on the market. There is further risk of mismanagement and little public oversight regarding the decay of these territories or risky ghettoization in the cases where the areas are not properly located, not properly filled with social infrastructure, and so on. And the rental contracts are usually short-term, and where they are long-term, there is also no guarantee of further extension. So basically, it's ownership of emergency/social housing where no clarity of future use and quality control are present, which does not develop any more, which kind of poses more risks to leaks from the investment. Well, if we go back about how to fix the leaks, if we recall the three components of sustainable, resilient financial system, there are several things that needs to be done just to fix the leaks, just to enable the system to function properly and at least to some certain way cyclically. These are three major responses to the problems, which I think I wouldn't go in the details, but just to name them, that we need to perform a systemic reform of the multi-apartment building management that has to go much beyond just the operational system of the multi-apartment buildings, but has to redefine the rights and obligations of people who are owners of the multi-apartment buildings. Second component is that public mortgage finance has to be redirected to municipal and social housing instead of fueling asset approach to home ownership. And the last component is that the buildup of municipal housing and rental companies is absolutely necessary because they respond to the local challenges and respond to the real needs on the ground, which need to be supported by certain laws and certain changes in the taxation and governance for these housing and rental companies to be sustainable. But if we summarize these components, I wanted just to give you a brief overview because I think this is an important component of our system, is that even if we fix the leaks in the housing system itself, how do we go about developing land for the needed housing? Developing or redeveloping, in both cases, it requires a very significant change of practices and planning approaches. Because fixing the leaks in the system would allow us to receive funding into a certain system or a certain institutional framework, but it would not go out for creating a livable and quality environment that we would like our cities to look like. And here is the right lens which are coming back as a problem with multi-apartment buildings, because multi-apartment buildings usually do not have registered land plots, and buildings are in a sense sitting in the air. And clearly investments from any side, whether private or public, are unsafe if the land is not secured and there is nothing to be used as a collateral. So just a comparison. So if we take a street in a city, for instance, in Kyiv, you have owners of the system in Ukrainian public utility companies are kind of a leaseholders of a municipal ownership. So these leaseholders have division of their territory, division of items, division of land rights. And usually you have quite a comprehensive system where you see all of the land plots, you see all of the parts of the street that are clarified that the municipal enterprises manage. So you see all of the smaller plots which are either managed by the road authority or by the department for parks or by somebody else. This is quite different than what we would find under the multi-apartment buildings. Just to compare how it looks in East Berlin, for instance. So if we take in East Berlin as a case, we can see that multi-apartment buildings are situated under larger cadastral blocks, and they are registered obviously, and they have an owner of them. So they're always separated. They're not sitting there in their form. But also, it's very rare to find a building that has a land plot directly the same size as the building, because it's usually more efficient and logical to have a certain area around the building to be combined with it. But this is the case of municipal ownership of land, underneath the buildings themselves. In Ukraine, you would look, for instance, at Lviv, and in Lviv, you would find that most of the multi-apartment buildings are just sitting there without any rights over the land. And as I just mentioned, that without a home ownership association, of which only 21% of all multi-apartment buildings have, you are unable to claim the right to the land underneath the building. So basically, it's a kind of a stuck system. And it's also quite unclear how do land rights and cadastral managers go about exactly devising the land plot under these conditions. But what we have is this kind of an interesting condition of where land can be used in a variety of ways. And I really love this kind of diversity, because we can find land across Ukraine being used in whatever way people think they can use it. And the problem, I would say, is that the majority of land use that is happening with this building is just a locked-in condition where it's very hard to go about how to devise the land plots and then who to acquire the management or acquire the ownership of these land plots. Who should this be? Should this be the owners of the building? Should this be the legal entity that manages the building? Should it be municipality? We haven't had a solution in years. However, going to the closure of my presentation, keeping in mind this complex solution with land use and land ownership, I still believe there are things that can be done about it, but that require a purposeful land use approaches, not just sitting back and reacting to what's happening in the municipality. And as I said, because of low taxes and poor registers, housing became a lucrative asset in Ukraine. So it's not that housing development has been kind of completely out, that we had a problem with development companies or the rates of construction. They were not as high as in the Soviet Union, but they were growing. And the problem is that they were growing in the wrong way. Because usually in Ukrainian case, this is a greenfield development, where certain type of planning documentation is set up, and after which you get some kind of housing. But the quality of this land use approach or land use planning approach is that we usually just have a very, very poor quality environment. And the poor quality environment has been created completely within legal system. So I'm not going about that there was a breach in legal system. It was a basically maximization of profits and maximization of use of the land under legal requirements. And what we get out of it is that we usually get greenfield development, so we very rarely get an infill development, a quality regeneration planning. We get only for-profit housing because there is no financial circuits and instruments for developing other types of housing. We usually do not have public transportation of any kind following up to this major private-led planning. There is obviously lack of public facilities such as schools or hospitals. Especially the schools and kindergartens issue is interesting because they are now developed as private ones. Of course, because of the cost of land, there is no green or blue zones because those would be relegated to the municipal development, which doesn't usually have any interest or capacity to go on for this. There is clearly no climate adaptation or a long-term approach to lowering the impact of this development on climate. There is no social mixing, again, because this is a for-profit housing for families, and there is a quite poor and quality of social life in these areas, as they're highly commercialized, highly dense, and also lack social spaces and facilities. However, the funny thing about the current system of funding the recovery, which I mentioned about the certificate system, is that it doesn't bring a single light about what was wrong with the land use system or land development at all. So it basically fits in with the currently existing model where the private developers take on the full responsibility for land development, for the provision of all necessary functions, and it just gives them necessary finance to keep afloat by the public subsidies in the form of certificates and currently also mortgages. And it is that because we usually have housing needs, spatial and land use disconnected, and that we have little housing needs planning in under municipal level at all, and land use planning usually just goes on about shapes of buildings and sites around it. But I believe that this thing can be moved about, and we all have a lot of instruments to deliver that. So municipalities clearly can do more with the current legal system. And just as one of the cases of what we are looking at in the case of Ukrainian recovery is that imagining Bildermeer in Netherlands, but if those buildings were even hit by certain kind of damage from Russian attacks or so, the recovery of those buildings clearly should follow a new paradigm, a new form of engagement, a new form of finance, of social involvement, and so on. And we currently have little understanding of how to deliver quality of life and quality of environment of that scale under Ukrainian property, as I said, regime, but also of a financial circuits regime. From the land use planning tools, I think we can just look at certain things that we are already using in Ukraine, such as land valuation, spatial environmental compatibility, planning contracts, tax reliefs, land readjustment. So we have certain instruments in Ukraine which can allow to put things up. But we also clearly need to be using more of the instruments that are in the yellow box, which are the ones that can shape with the public intent the quality of environment, the quality of buildings and spaces but also bring much more social housing inside the development. So I will not go on with details. I think I'm a little bit running out of time, but we can discuss them maybe later if you have questions. So just coming to a conclusion of this talk is that we understand the spatial development or land use development is only possible under broader public. And currently it is dominated that public law is being mismanaged by private developers to develop for-profit housing without much of a public interest at the heart of it. And there are instruments and housing requirements that can create a system which is much more fair and much more effective in delivering the necessary housing requirements into the land use planning. And what I call is that there are 5 missing components. So we have a missing component regarding the diversity of ownership and tenure in Ukrainian planning. We have no requirements regarding whether development should be public, private, cooperative, or rental. We have a huge lack of development diverse typologies. Apart from multi-apartment buildings and detached housing, there should be much more focus on how to set up typologies that respond to current needs, especially for IDPs. There is also a necessity to develop a much more socially oriented morphology of those areas which share common spaces, have diverse densities with gardens and public spaces within them. The question of accessibility in the sense of affordability and accessibility for different targeted groups, which might have special needs, which might need a lot of treatment, recovery issues, is not yet present in housing requirements in legislation as well. And clearly the financial component is completely absent because the housing itself, the land use requirements do not give a hint about what the development should look like in terms of incomes, in terms of type of subsidization of that housing, regarding only the morphology, so the basic land use features such as density and something. And tackling those things requires certain planning policy tools, and I'm looking forward to seeing them in the new Ukrainian building code regarding renewal programs that would create a diversity of tenure in the already existing neighborhoods, necessity for inclusionary zoning that would allow for different typologies and ownership components to be set in the detailed plans, to produce development contracts with developers that allow for a for a better presence of public interest in the development. Certainly, we require a new approach to municipal land use and ownership via banking or certain similar components, and such idea as social housing quotas or inclusionary zoning social housing is a necessary thing to put the needs of IDPs in front of Ukrainian development system, which can be financed if the leaks are closed via the long-term loans for international financial companies. I think this is just certain conclusions about the last component, but they also go about the whole presentation, and that land use instruments are key in this system. And again, as I mentioned just before that, so closing the loops or closing the leaks is the step 1. Step 2, we need to develop a completely different approach to land use development. Municipalities here are the key actors, and they need to find the purposeful investment mechanisms to deliver this land use. And we also need support from the state in the housing development programs via finance and guidance, and capacity building for the local administrations and local governments that would be able to put land use to public interest and develop the high quality environment that we need after or during the war. This is my presentation as it is. Thank you for having me, and I would be glad to hear everything else that you have to ask or say, and thank you again.
Thank you very much, Oleksandr, for a clear which comes from the audience here and those who are immediately.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for your presentation, Oleksandr. We have one question coming in online on Slido for you. And the question, it's in 2 parts, but the first part is, what are the incentives for a private landlord to invest
in real estate projects if they cannot profit from the investment. And the question relates to your slide about resilient housing systems without financial and real estate leaks, where it was mentioned that the money should stay inside the projects forever.
Yeah, there is no conflict there. It is the assumed conflict that development should be highly profitable. But if it's highly profitable in public interest, that means a different thing, because the rate of return of 3.5%, which is set by Austrian legislation for the municipal, for the non-profit housing agencies, 3.5% is the adequate number that they are planning for and that they are using to develop new housing projects in the future. And this is what I call that the money stays back in the system, in the loop. So wherever from they are able to raise funding for the housing development, it is from commercial banks, is it from the state, is it from the people's money, it depends on the case. But when they raise this money, they understand that their rate of return can be no more than 3.5. But one of the other things that I want to highlight here is that the housing system should not be a loss system. And these companies are legally required to make no loss. So they plan their budgets very carefully. They think about the long term. They count in fluctuations, interest raises. They count in externalities. They count in a lot of things. So those budgets are very clever, very stringent, and they make up for the quality of the housing that is being developed, because they know that they provide not just the thing to be sold and forgotten about, but the thing that they have to maintain for 100 years. So if they build bad today, if they build low quality housing, it will be necessary for them to maintain this housing in 100 years, and it would cost them much more to maintain housing that is poorly built. So this is a self-interest of this system, because it pays its employees, it pays its management, it pays all of the external contractors, but it doesn't get money out. It just keeps it in, reinvests back, and sets up more and more housing year by year.
It's a controlled leak of 3.5% is what we're saying. I think what we understood, Oleksandr, is you're permitting a controlled leak of up to 3.5% of profit back to the private industry. So it's not no leak, but it's a controlled and much reduced leak from the current situation. Okay, I think you don't hear us.
Okay.
Oleksandr, I think we need to move on, but thank you for your contribution. I'm going to hand back to Helga now, and we'll move on to the next presentation. We hope you can stay with us for the rest of the afternoon, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much again. And more or less, we will continue with the same topic in the next presentation. So if you're holding questions, there are a second opportunity to come back to, for example, what will be my prime question. Do you in Ukraine see any significant initiatives from the government to reform the housing and property legislation and system? I welcome the next presenter, which is Professor Dr. Andrii Martyn. He's the head of the Land Use Planning Department of the National University of Life and Environmental Sciences of Ukraine. For many years, he has worked both in the public and private sector. He has significantly contributed to various international projects, like with the World Bank, USAID, UNDP, and OECD. He has been involved in developing numerous legal acts in Ukraine, focusing on land relations, decentralization, land valuation, and geospatial data infrastructure. He also serves as a senior project manager of land reform of the Reform Delivery Office of the Cabinet of Ministers in Ukraine. You should be in a very good position, Mr. Martyn, to highlight us on the issue of how the reconstruction in Ukraine will be organized and financed. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me well and see my presentation. Yes, I have two positions, academic position in university, and I'm also working for the Ukrainian government, and I'm also a member of the National Commission, which is accounting the damage caused by war. And today, despite I'm the land surveyor, I will talk in my presentation regarding money, regarding the different issues related to organization and financing of the reconstruction in Ukraine, and my agenda for this presentation. I will try to cover all the main issues related to the documenting the war-related damage, challenges that we have in reporting of damages, surveying property, and sure, the main topic for me today will be the funding of restoration and how the compensations payment for destroyed or damaged property is organized in Ukraine at the present moment. Also, I will talk about the digital systems which are used in Ukraine for managing the recovery process. And at the end of my presentation, I will also say a few words regarding the international compensation mechanism, which is currently also under the development. So first of all, just a few things about the efficiency of reconstruction of property. I think all we understand that a very, very important thing, what we should do at the beginning of the reconstruction is to effectively register actually the damage caused by war and by Russian aggression. So it's very important because only precise damage assessments gives an opportunity to make more or less precise resource allocation for addressing the recovery. Also, damage registration is very important for transparency and accountability, because all we want that every stakeholder of recovery could understand how the money is spent, how they used. Also, the very detailed and public damage registration is very important for fairness in compensations mechanism, and which is also very important for us, it minimize the corruption risks. So also everyone, I think, can Google and find one, I think, of the most comprehensive reports regarding the Ukraine's reconstructions and recovery needs. It's so-called Rapid Damage and Needs Assessment, which is done by the World Bank for the European Commission and the Ukrainian government. So already we had 3 rounds of this Rapid Damage and Needs Assessment. So the last one was done early this year, and it's negotiated, and the 4th round of such assessment will be done in the early next year. But the main numbers, I think you see on my slide, the total damages and losses which Ukraine already have is estimated for more than $486 billion, and this number, it includes damage and losses. All we understand that losses, it's money which is lost, for example, by businesses, losses in production, and as surveyors, we usually work with direct damage. So direct damage for the end of the last year is $152 billion. It's destroyed properties, actually, residential properties, industrial properties, energy facilities, agricultural facilities. So key affected sectors at present moment is transport, energy infrastructure, housing. And more than 10% of housing at the present moment are considered destroyed or damaged in Ukraine. So that's a problem for us. And also we have a lot of environmental impacts from the war, also regarding the destruction of Kakhovka Dam. Current recovery framework in Ukraine is under development. We use a lot of resources from different sources to provide reforms, to provide reconstruction of damaged assets and damaged facilities. But sure, this initiative could not cover all the, and could not address all the damages and that we have right now. So when we are talking about the recovery process, there are usually a list of questions for every damaged property that we have to ask. And for every of this question, we should have a very, very clear answer. First of all, one of the most important questions when we're talking about the war-related damages to the property is the property damaged or destroyed? Because it's a question which answer for which will actually will give us the answer what will be the strategy regarding the specific property. Because if the property is damaged, we need to organize a repair, finance it. And if the property, for example, destroyed, for example, if there will be no building at all, fully destroyed by the Russian bomb or rocket, then the territory, for example, for this building or facility can be used in another way, and maybe there will be no building at all at that place. So, and owners just should have their compensation, and maybe they will move to some another property or another city. Can the property be restored? Yes. The third question, who is the owner of damaged or destroyed property? And in my next slides, I will talk very specifically regarding that, because all we understand that only legal owners are eligible to receive the compensation or any kinds of support for reconstruction. Who have been affected by the damage, because when we are talking about the destruction of the property, there also can be people which lived in this apartment. They are not owners, but they also lost their home, and they also will need support. The fifth question, what caused the damage? Yes, because we are talking about the war-related damage. In some cases, all we understand that we can find an individual with the broken building, and maybe this building was broken before the war. Person just saying, please give me the compensation for this. So we also have to find out wherever this damage was after the hostiles, where it was just a fire before the war. The sixth question is the cost of repair or reconstruction. So we need estimations. What is the cost to solve the problem? What is the cost to restore the destroyed property? And sometime maybe we need money to buy the same property in other area or another city. And what are the lost profits for the affected party? Because if, for example, that's the business property or some industrial buildings, the businessman also has not only direct damage of property, but losses because his business is not working properly. To address these questions, Ukraine is developed special digital ecosystem. I think one of the strengths of our country, we have a very high level of digital transformations in digital transformation, and a lot of public registers, cadasters were digitalized for the last decade. And I hope in the presentation of Metro current we can hear about the digital land cadastre of Ukraine. But since 2022, we have developed a special digital platform to record the damage and destruction caused by the hostiles, terrorist attacks, and sabotage of Russian military aggression. This register was started in summer 2022, and now it's developed as the unified state system for collecting, processing, and storing different information regarding the damaged and destroyed real estate, including geospatial data, including the information regarding owners, and including the information regarding the damages. We want also to develop interoperability of this system with other cadasters and register in Ukraine, especially with the land cadastre, urban cadastre, other databases which are maintained in Ukraine on national or local level. And sure, there is also a possibility to use remote sensing technologies to identify the damage caused the damage to the property. And I hope in a presentation of my UNDP colleagues, you will hear more about. Ukraine developed a comprehensive legal framework for compensation of war-related damages and actually damage reporting. In early 2022, when the war started, the Ukrainian government approved the methodologies how to calculate the damage caused by war. As I said, also the public digital register was launched in the 2022 summer to collect the evidence of damages, because I think one of the biggest problem during the war is to register the damage, register the evidence, because the evidence can be lost very quickly. For example, the city of Kharkiv in Ukraine, it's a city under almost everyday hostiles. But for example, city council always wants to keep the city as clean as possible. They are trying to remove all remnants of the hostiles as quick as possible, and the city wants to deal with that. But for example, we need some time to make the official registration of every hostile, of every explosion, for the legal reasons and for reporting damages. So sometimes it's like a conflict. Or for example, farmers, if the farm was hit by the Russian hostiles, or there's some damage to the land, sometimes they are starting the, for example, sowing campaign without registration of damage, because they are farmers and then want to work their land. Also, in 2023, there was introduced a special also public digital service. We call it e-recovery in Ukraine. That's a tool to provide a compensation for purchase of building materials and repair services. And in 2023, there also was adopted a law of Ukraine, which established the legal grounds for compensating property damage, and also the legal ground for state register of the damaged and destroyed. And our law provides the eligibility for compensation. The property must be damaged after the February 24, 2022. The property should be located in Ukraine, excluding active conflict zones. And very important thing, which is usually very important for us as the surveyors, the ownership of property should be registered in the state register of property rights, which is also a sophisticated digital system. So when property is damaged, the first stage is the inspection. The purpose of the inspection is to officially measure the extent of damage and decide wherever the building still can be used, needs repair, or it should be demolished, and, for example, main constructions are unfunctional, and because of this, the building should be demolished at all. So such inspections or surveys are provided by the qualified specialist and the construction engineers, construction specialists. They do this inspection. Their main task is to assess structural safety, functionality, and possible restoration solutions. And when this inspection is done, it can be initiated by owner, by managers of the property, or sometimes local authorities. It depends on the situation and level of damage. For example, when the damage is massive and a lot of properties are affected, such inspection is usually organized by the local authority or military administration. If such damage is for example, for specific building or specific property, it can be initiated by the owner of this property. So inspection process usually have 3 stages. So preliminary visual inspection, it's usually done as quick as possible after the property was damaged. Sometimes we have to wait when, for example, emergency services will do their job, because they also will have to provide a safe place for inspection with no unexploded ordnance and so on. The second stage is detailed inspection, which is done through involving measurements, structural assessments, and preparing of documentation. And the third stage is evaluation of damage, with clear recommendation what we have to do with this property, if it can be repaired or demolitions necessary. So the final report is prepared by the construction engineer, and this report is also downloaded to the register of damages. Now let's talk about the money. Who can claim for the compensation of the destroyed real estate and property? In Ukraine, we created a procedure when the claims for compensation should be proceeded by the commissions, which are established by the local authorities. If there will be no close front line, that's usually a city council, town council, or village council. They create a commission with specialist constructions engineers, economists, and so on. And if it's close to the front line, that's commission usually work under the military administration. So they review the applications for compensation of the destroyed property. Every person which thinks that property was affected by the hostiles or something like that can very quickly submit a claim to the damages register. It can be done electronically very quickly. As I said before, in Ukraine we have a very high level of digital transformation, so more than 10 million of people are using their smartphones as a tool to contact the different public services. So we have a special smartphone app which can be used to submit just in a few minutes claim for the damaged property. And if the person don't know how to deal with smartphone or computer, we all understand for elder people it's sometimes a problem, they can go to the center of the administrative services or to the nearest notary, and they will also can submit such a claim, filling out necessary document. The submission can be done during the old period of martial law and 1 year after that. For each property, there should be done a separate claim. So claims are done for property, not for the person. For the whole, for example, property that one person has. If the property is co-owned, which we sometimes have, one co-owners can make such a claim on behalf of the all other co-owners. One of the most important things to submit claim regarding the damaged property is confirmation of property rights. So we have a different type of documents which can be submitted by the different persons which were affected by the war. So owner of real estate usually have to submit ownership documents unless property is registered in the state register of real estate rights. If there was a construction of the property and it didn't put into exploitation, the construction works wasn't finished, but property was affected, then the document which confirming the right to carry out construction also can be submitted. For co-owner property, there should be agreement of the co-ownership and full payment of the object. For housing cooperatives, usually the document confirming the membership in the condominium, so on, it's also necessary. For heirs, copy of inheritance certificate, and usually that everyone should provide, that's photo and video evidence for the property before and after the destruction. Yes, not only destruction, but before and after the destruction. It's also very important that to prove that property was hit just during the war, but not before the war, for example. Claim can be submitted even if some documents are missing or lost, and later it's always a possibility to provide additional documents to the claim. And one very important thing I want to inform you is also to understand how the claims for the damaged property is submitted. We also have to understand the evolution of property title legislation in Ukraine. I hope that Dmitro will say land cadastre more, but just a few words. It's very important that person, owner of the property which was affected by the war, should prove that he is actually an owner. And surely during Soviet era and early independence of Ukraine, there was a paper-based property title registration without any electronic system. So electronic land cadastre in Ukraine was introduced in 2004. So a lot of land which was registered at someone's property before the time, that registration was only in paper form. And state register for real estate rights began the recording of property ownership electronically only starting from 2013. So by 2023, this register contained about 10.7 million entries. That means that maybe only 60% residential properties have been registered and state registered within the electronic system. Also, our cadastral agency in 2012 digitalized 7 million of paper-based land title documents. So now it's very good. You know, in 2012, we thought it was just wasting of money. They spent a few tens of millions of hryvnias to do this job. Now we understand how important was that, because now we have paper-based land title documents digitalized for all the territory of Ukraine, which were issued before 2012. So now it's very good for us. And unfortunately, this is only the documents for land was digitalized. Documents for property documents for buildings, structures, and apartments mostly remain paper-based, and that's a huge gap in our digital transferable transition of property registers, unfortunately, And sometimes we have this problem when owners of the apartments had only paper title documents, so they lost the documents because of the war, and sometimes the inventory offices also was destroyed, which is owned by the local communities. So both state and both owners sometimes can lose the title documents for buildings and apartments. It's quite possible. So when we see on the statistics of claims for compensation, this problem arises very clearly. Only 26% of the claims confirmed with the records in the State Register of Property Rights. So at present moment, we have more than 500,000 claims for the compensation, and only 26% have the record in the digital State Register of Property Rights, which confirms that the specific person is the owner of the specific property. And that's the primary reason for denial of compensation claims by local commissions. Surely there is possibilities to restore lost or destroyed documents. So for ownership certificates, sometimes it's necessary to contact the privatization authorities or local governments. But if, for example, it's occupied territory, surely you can do that. For contracts, if, for example, you acquired property buying it, yes, by the buying and selling contract, then the notary, which done this notarization of the contract, can also issue a duplicate. In cases when there's no information can be found, no documents can be found, either by owner of the property or the governmental agencies or local authorities, then the only solution is to file a court legal claim to establish ownership as a legal fact in a court decision. We expect that we will have, unfortunately, hundreds, thousands of such court claims. We all understand that courts cannot proceed it very quickly. It's court. They need an evidence. They need a lot of procedures to follow to finalize the court decision. But sure, for such courts, the different indirect evidence can be used to prove your ownership of some property. For example, the bank certificates that you paid, for example, a property tax, or that you paid an utility bills for this property. So that's also some different solutions how to deal with this problem. So at present moment, our government provided a few different forms of compensation for the destroyed property. The first one is monetary compensation, when the money are transferred to the special bank account of the owner of the property, and this money can be used for building, purchasing a house, or restoration works. And the second tool is housing certificates. They can be used to finance the purchase of future construction of house on a. So actually, the money will be received by the developer when he will be provided with this certificate. Owner will just use it. Can also use it as a tool. So the compensation amount is calculated on the basis of area and of destroyed property and the value square meter. And there's a restriction on resale. So if some property was constructed or purchased with the housing certificate, it cannot be sold for 5 years after it was bought. There is a very important additional conditions when compensations are paid. It's a very important legal thing. When someone receives a compensation for the state for the damage to destroyed property, the person should assign their right to seek damages from the Russian Federation to the state. for the amount of compensation received. It's very important because all we understand that, and I will tell about it at the end of my presentation, we are trying to develop the international compensation mechanism and to use frozen Russian assets to compensate the damages caused to the property owners in Ukraine. So, present moment we have a situation that we do not have access to the Russian assets. So, government pays money to the affected property owners, and then the property owners should give the Ukrainian government right to seek the damage from the Russian Federation. When the property was destroyed and the compensation payment was paid by the government, then claimant ownership of the property is terminated. And we have a priority recipients for the compensation because all we understand that there's usually not enough money to cover all the needs. So priority groups, social groups is combat veterans, persons with war-related disabilities, families with 3 or more children, and persons with disability. And if a person owns few properties, the compensation can be at present moment will be provided only for one property. And so we understand that the person can have a lot of apartments or houses, but there's also a lot of affected persons. So the idea at present moment is to give the affected person, owner, for example, residential apartment, possibility at least to have a new home, not to have all the that person had. So on May 2023, we started the e-recovery program. So you can see on the slide that this program can provide a compensation for owners of the damaged housing up to €5,000. Person can receive for buy the building materials, paying construction services, and hiring constructors. And in December of 2023, this amount was extended. So now up to 12, after 13,000 euro, the person can receive for the reparations of the private house, and up to 9,000 euro for part repairs. Compensation is paid with procedure, with specific procedure, and first of all, there was a problem because, for example, some old property owners which done the reparation work but themselves before the introduction of this program, they feel that it was unfair because they already spent money. Program was started only when they already finished, for example, their reparation work. So the program was also extended to those who repaired their homes with personal funds also. So I talked about the mostly reparation of apartments, buildings, and sure, we have a different stream to make a recovery of the other properties like different industrial facilities, municipal facilities, communal property, and so on. So for this purpose in Ukraine was created a special digital ecosystem providing so-called single project pipeline for all recovery and modernization projects across Ukraine. It's called Dream. You can find it on internet, and it has an English interface, so I think it will be easy to see how it looks like. So key function of this digital tool is to centralize the project management, and there are different IT solutions realized technically to collect and display data on different recovery projects around all the Ukraine. When you look inside, there's hundreds and thousands of recovery projects which are financed by state or community or international donors, or they're just a proposal to provide a recovery project which needs financing. So every project has his own page with description, technical solutions, budget, financing, all documents which related to the specific object. So it's very easy to deal with all recovery efforts when it's all inside one digital ecosystem. So it's easy to manage all that, and it's in public access. It's very important because we want that recovery process was very public, that everyone, for example, can see the cost assessment, see what was done, what was the money allocation done for the specific project, how, what stage of realization it's now at present moment, a gallery with photos and videos and documents related to the specific object. So it's all inside this ecosystem. Also, Ukrainian government creates so-called Fund for Restoring Destroyed Property and Infrastructure, which is focused mostly on different industrial and infrastructural facilities. So the priority areas for the reconstruction of the Ukrainian government is the railway transport, road infrastructure, aviation, maritime infrastructure, different social and housing infrastructure like hospitals, educational institutions, sport facilities, and housing for displaced persons, and surely the utilities and communications, water, heat, electricity, and gas net. For example, we invest billions of dollars to recovery of power stations and power lines, because it's a very big problem at this moment for our country. The funding sources are mostly the money of the Ukrainian government, the money which we receive from the international donors, but sometimes we receive money which cover just the expenses of the Ukrainian government, so it officially looks like government did it. It was funded by donors. And sure, a lot of businesses and investors are also involved in infrastructure development, so they spend also the money of the private business for such projects. Many of those projects are not open for the public because, for example, if you make regulations for the energy infrastructure, something like that, it's never shown publicly because we don't want Russia to know what we have done, what is repaired at the present moment. But anyway, a lot of resources are also spent in this area. And the last topic of my presentation, which I would like to focus, because we are talking regarding the money which is always needed for the recovery, restoration, and repairs. So Ukraine initiated international compensation mechanism to provide the principle that Russia should pay actually for this war, for their activities and for their aggression. So in 2023 was officially established the International Register of Damages. It was legally based on the United Nations General Assembly decision, and this register is now physically located in Hague, and it accepts claims for the damage, losses, and harm caused by the Russia, and also collects at the present moment evidence for the future validation. Currently, 43 countries and the European Union are the members of this register, and the key focus is actually to address the mass destruction of property caused by the Russia illegal war against Ukraine, and also the goal of this register is finally to use the $300 billion of frozen Russian assets worldwide. So we understand that it's very hard legal problem. Some countries are easily use the frozen Russian assets for Ukraine. For example, the first country which confiscated all Russian assets was Canada. Yes, and we also had a problem because Canada gets some money from selling the Russian property in Canada. They came to Ukraine and said, "Oh, we have few $100 billion Canadian dollars. Who should we give it for whom we should give this money in Ukraine?" And also was an interesting problem because this too small amount of money to cover, for example, all the damages to private and municipal and state owners of the property in Ukraine. We had to deal somehow with that, and there also was a decision that this money should be transferred to the government, and then government will give some money to affected property owners. It will just use this money to cover his expenses. So the idea in future is to create a compensation fund using frozen Russian assets and create independent international claims commissions, which use the evidence from the Ukrainian registers and this international register. Register already is in function, so there is sure some mandate which is given to this register at present moment, but you can also visit the website and see their activities. So at present moment, the priority number one is to use the profits which was generated by arrested Russian assets, and sure, in future we expect that all Russian assets will be used to cover the damage caused to Ukraine by war. So this can be considered one of the most important source of money and resources to cover the damage caused by Russia. That was all my presentation. I started to be as quick as possible. So I hope when you will have a question, I will try to answer them in our Q&A session. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martyn. One question from Duncan? No? No? And will you stay with us till the end of the seminar so you can answer questions then? He cannot hear us, or?
Sorry, we're not here in the room if anyone's speaking.
Yeah, can I repeat
we
my
don't
question?
Hear the room, unfortunately, it's quiet.
Yeah. I repeat, will you stay with us till the end of the seminar? So we could come up with...
I will hear Mark.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we will have a break for 15 minutes, a little bit shorter than original plan, but we are delayed, so we shortened the break. So be back here 12 minutes past 4:30. 42. At 16:42. 15:42. 15:42. The next presentation is more or less following up on the last presentation, looking at strengthening evidence-based recovery in Ukraine. The presenter is Mr. Sadig Elamin, working currently for the UNDP in Ukraine. He is a specialist in what is called evidence-based programming, monitoring, and evaluation of foreign support to countries in need after various incidents like war and natural disasters, etc. His speciality is on geoinformatics, as I understand it. And please, Mr. Elamin, I give the floor to you. You are invited to start your presentation.
Started. Please start your presentation. Can you hear us?
Yes, you are invited to start.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Go on.
Sadik can
I start now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. And good afternoon, everyone. I would like to present in this part of the session the ongoing work of UNDP with regards to providing evidence based for the recovery and development of Ukraine, which fits into the main theme and topic of this seminar. So I think most of the points are already known for the participants and partially highlighted by the previous speakers. But it's just to set the context that the significant extent of damage that is already took place in the country since the start of the war more than 2 years ago. It reached the estimated $480+ billion in terms of recovery requirements, as indicated by the recent or latest RDNA report, and that includes over 10% of the total housing stock either damaged or destroyed, just as an indication of the extent of damage. The
effectiveness of the community level recovery and planning is kind of linked to the decentralization. The decentralization in Ukraine has both the advantages and disadvantages. The advantages, of course, that allowing the communities to develop their own homebrewed solutions and recovery plans, but the disadvantages is the variation in terms of capacity across the different communities, which in some case results in gaps in the production of such evidence or the uptake and use of this data for analysis and evidence-based plans and implementation, and of course also the limited capacity to follow up on the monitoring aspects and the anti-corruption tools used. So there should be some sort of a centralization somehow in this aspect, which is already undertaken by the government through tools like the DREAM, like the register for damaged and destroyed properties, and the DIA and other applications. So that bridges between the national and the local community level interventions. There is because of this variation of capacity, both at the technical capacity in terms of human resources and in terms of financial streams or resources, there is a need to have some sort of an exchange of best practices and including the use of the digital tools that are developed in some of these communities and are actually yielding some positive results in terms of accelerating the recovery planning and recovery preparation for the building back better. What was already mentioned in greater details in the previous presentations is that the issue of unregistered properties and missing documentations as one or among the major barriers to comprehensive recovery efforts, especially that these properties are not legally or properly registered, and therefore when conducting any analysis, they are not incorporated in addition to the other considerations as well. In response to that, UNDP Ukraine started in 2022 this project, evidence-based recovery, strengthening evidence-based recovery in Ukraine. And this project started in December 2022 in cooperation with the Ministry of Communities, Territories and Infrastructure Development, which was newly merged between two ministries at the time. And the main focus was building damage assessment, to conduct building damage assessment, and that was one of the key focus of the project, mapping the damages, the extent of the damages, and the severity of the damages across several regions. And the second one is the produced additional GIS layers or additional spatial layers to be used in the recovery and development planning, which we are going to talk about also in the coming slides, and that includes the use of these products and damage assessments and imagery captured through these assessments for verification means, and also to be used for other interventions like the cadastre mapping and so on. And thirdly, to ensure that whatever data that is produced by this project is integrated with national-owned platforms, so we don't create a parallel platform, or we don't create our own platform, but rather feed this information and the result of this information to the national-owned platforms and institutions. So very quickly about the methodology that we have used, which it's a simplified methodology that is basically relies mostly on the use of drones to capture the imagery, high resolution imagery of the settlements that we covered, and the drones were used because of the issues that we faced using high resolution imagery from available sources. So initially we started to use Maxar satellite imagery, or satellite imagery with the resolution down to 50 centimeter or slightly below. But we had some difficulties in identification of the level of damage in most of using this imagery, especially when we go to the smaller communities or smaller settlements. So we managed to use it to some extent for large cities and oblast centers, but moving to the rural areas or to smaller settlements, it was a little bit difficult to make use of the same satellite imagery for these damage assessments, and therefore we opted for the use of drone imagery for this BDA, or the building damage assessment. So initially the drones are collected. We make sure that the settlements we cover are fully mapped. So the image we have here just gives a description or a sample of how these drones fly over the settlements to make sure that there is a proper coverage of the entire settlement, and this data are then mosaicked and collected in addition to additional information that we collect from the available data and available sources for triangulation of information and for further analysis. And then we started initially using the manual damage assessment, so visual damage assessment, to visually go through the entire mosaic image of the settlement and identify the damages. And the damages are classified according to these different levels. So from light destruction, possible destruction, light destruction, severe destruction, and total destruction. And of course, the fifth is there is no damage. So five levels of damage and destruction that were used, and for each one of these buildings, the vector map was created. So the footprint of each and every building that we mapped or we covered in the settlements that we included under this BDA were already digitized into a vector file as a digital footprint, or as a footprint of each one of these buildings. Some of them were already transferred or adjusted based on available data sets, and for others, we conducted this in-house. We moved from the manual to semi-manual, and this work was done with our in partnership with Kharkiv School of Economics, and also with UNISAT, the UN institution that is dealing with satellite imagery analysis and the technical support. So after this damage assessment and the classification is done for each and every building within these settlements, and the reason why we indicated buildings here, because we are not including other type of infrastructure like road or other type of infrastructure, agricultural land, and so on. After this part of the analysis, then we do the publication into static and dynamic methods. So we produced our own static reports, and later on a dashboard was developed in order to have and to present all this information and to be able to query and to navigate through the available set of information. This is, I'm sure all of you already are fully aware of the concept of the drones, but this is just an example of the flights that were conducted, documenting the level of damage, the severity of the damage, and this was from Brodyanka in Kyiv Oblast. This is a sample of showing the maps that were produced. These are the static maps, but also these maps are available as vector maps, where you can see that each building is already captured. The building footprint is already digitized and captured here, and also given the additional attributes based on the information that is already available or based on additional analysis. So we include the area of each, the footprint area in square meter, the height in meters, estimated in meters, and the height in terms of number of stories. If it's a single story or multiple story, how many floors are there? And the severity of the damage between 1 to 5, from no damage to completely destroyed. So this data is used. We use it to produce such maps as products. So for each one of these settlements, in the initial phase, we produced like a small analysis of the different types of this damage. The result of the damage assessment, this aggregated by the different types of the buildings, and by also additional set of information we captured from the open source data. So this is an example of the same that was done for Brodyanka, and this is an example here of the dynamic tool that was used in order to present this data. So this tool allows users to visit this the available data sets and look for destruction level at the location level. So this can be used as a third party kind of information that gives information about the level of destruction or the any kind of buildings that were destroyed after the war, as was recorded here. And for each building, you'll have the possibility to compare the results before and after. I can try to share here this very quickly here. This is the dashboard that shows that the number of settlements covered by this exercise, 437 settlements, and the number of buildings digitized and analyzed for its over 1,300,000 buildings already digitized as the building footprint, and each one of them you'll have the attributes related attributes from either open source or as a result of the analysis that was conducted. So during this map here does not have the vector files because it's heavy to have it all the information here. So this has just the proportionate the points of each one of these buildings, and then for each one of them you will have the possibility of looking at the attributes and looking at the picture of damage of that particular building, and also you can look at the available imagery from Google Maps, so that you can compare between the two sites. Maybe it will take time, but this is here the building, and then here you can see So here the level of damage is not that severe, but at least whatever is captured here, comparing this building between here and there, and you can see that multi-story building, the number of floors, and the damage description is minor damage. So through the result through these analysis, we already produced quite a large number of vector files for all these buildings that we covered, but also the underlying orthophoto maps or high-resolution imagery that were collected and mosaic for all these settlements. So as I mentioned, 400 plus settlements were already covered. So it's a huge amount of data that we wanted to make use of and to share this with others. So as a result of the first phase that ended in April this year, and we already now started this second phase. This building damage assessment was conducted for 400 plus settlements and 1.3 million buildings, covering the oblast of Kyiv, Sumy, Chernihiv, Zhytomyr, Kharkiv, Mykolaiv, and Kherson Oblast. For Mykolaiv and Kherson, partially part of those were covered, especially post the incident in Kakhovka Dam. So a number of settlements were mapped around that area to assess the extent of damage. The results of all these assessments were already transferred to the national GEO portal in cooperation with the major counterpart of UNDP, the state GEO-Cadastre, to be further used by the respective communities. So UNDP wanted to make sure that this information is not kept in the drawers of UNDP, or just the results of it are used for generating reports, but rather make sure that the data itself that was generated is passed on to the relevant stakeholders and to the communities themselves. So this is to make sure that whatever that can be done by this data to enhance the community's planning and development efforts, and specifically using the orthophoto maps to try to address the missing data related to the properties registration. So using these recently captured orthophoto maps can be instrumental to fill this gap. While focusing on these damage assessments, a number of other assessments and kind of tools were introduced by UNDP in collaboration with the government counterparts, including that estimation of debris quantities in order to assess, at least within UNDP, to assess and drive the planning for debris management and prioritization based on the estimated amount of debris that are based on the level of damages and the volume of the buildings that we mapped under the BDA. Also, the support to development of hazard ranking tool for environmental risks, and a number of pilot projects were conducted by UNDP, including the use of digital tools and AI and the drone imagery, high resolution drone imagery, mostly around 1 centimeter or sub-centimeter, in order to detect and map the presence of mines and unexploded ordnance, in particular in agricultural lands, to support the land clearance. Finally, also we use the available imagery that we have access to in order to conduct remote energy damage assessments wherever wherever accessible. So yeah, in a nutshell, that was the what we conducted in the first phase, and based on this experience and the results that we had from the first phase, UNDP started in close cooperation with the Ministry for Restoration, or Ministry of Communities, Territories and Infrastructure and Development, and the State Services for Judici, the State Eucharista, to make use of the momentum that was created by the first phase and the results of the building damage assessments. It was indicated earlier that the country main source of damage registry is the RDDP, or the Registry of Damaged and Destroyed Objects in the country. And therefore, there will be no continuation of conducting this damage assessment for the accessible areas, but rather a shift as a request from the Ministry for Restoration, which is now with the new dynamics, the ministry itself is undergoing a shift and a division into several other ministries. So the focus will be more geared towards supporting and providing support on damage assessments in inaccessible areas or temporarily occupied territories, using satellite imagery only, but not, of course, not the drone imagery, and to take the results that we produce closer to the communities and interact with these communities to make sure that these communities already are able to access this data, but also are able to make use of it in a way that supports their local requirements, and to support them to develop the response and create the necessary set of analysis for the response, informed response, and further development. So mainly this second phase is focusing on two main outputs. I'm not going to go through them in details, but the main focus is to establish some sort of a recovery knowledge replication hub, which is, as indicated earlier, that there is a variation of capacity between some communities and others, and also there is some support that is being provided from national and international entities to support local communities under the umbrella of decentralization. So there is a need to make use of best practices of this type of support at some of these communities in order to spread the knowledge and the best practices to cover all communities as much as possible. And one of the key areas also we want to focus on is to put more efforts into the capacity development for the local communities to be able to utilize the data for recovery, and as much as possible try not to introduce new digital tools or instruments or commercial solutions, but rather see what is the best working solution, and try to introduce these tools as part of the capacity development to these communities, and while doing so, also to see the possibility of having some of these capacities move from one community to another as part of the capacity development practices. So to share the knowledge from the local communities directly, instead of having a third party directly involved as much as possible. The orthophoto maps that were created from the initial phase, the building damage assessment, they were not meant to be the main output of that product, but they are a byproduct of the process, and when we transferred those to the state geocadastre and to be incorporated in the NSDI, the National Spatial Data Infrastructure, there was a need or a request to invest further on those and try to provide more support on these communities with high need or in demand of these orthophoto plans. But this is still it's pending the final restructuring of the ministry to see how we will proceed with this. And we want to also support some innovative solutions based on data that is already produced. The wealth of data that produced under BDA could be used for the concept of digital twins in order to support the recovery, and that can be done as a pilot in one or more of the communities. So these slides are basically unpacking these 4 activities that indicated. The second output is to provide more support on technical support using the advanced remote sensing and analytics. This a specific area that was requested from the Ministry for Restoration was the support on damage assessments in inaccessible territories or temporarily occupied territories using satellite imagery. And to do so, UNDP conducted a pilot project on Melitopol, and the result of this project was presented to the ministry, and this is one of the areas that UNDP might continue to support the ministry with. In addition to that, having access to these tools, having access to the satellite imagery and the technical capacity allows also UNDP to conduct a number of analysis and assessments remotely using the available data sets. So this will be kind of an area where we'll continue to collaborate and assess how we can provide more support to our government counterparts and to the local communities. And finally, it's the development of analytical products and information management services, including digital tools to support local communities. And that's it. Mainly what we are aiming for is to invest heavily on the capacity development, so to support and collaborate with local institutions, civil society organizations, and communities in order to develop their capacities technically, and to transfer the essential knowledge and also information and data that we have created, and support them to create their own data, especially that the municipal statistical municipal statistics is still it's one of the weak areas. So we are hoping that this could support local capacities to expand on this. And the second tier is to have this knowledge hub, which will help connecting the dots between the different communities and the central level. So that's it from our side. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elamin, giving us an interesting glimpse into how technologies which this audience is quite familiar with can be applied for a good purpose in Ukraine. Thank you very much. Any question from you, Duncan? No. Could I ask? Ukraine has in place a compensation program. The activities you have been doing in assessing the damages and destructions, how could the data you produced feed into the compensation program directly?
Yeah.
Could you hear my question?
The line was breaking. Can you repeat the question, please?
The question was, how could the data you produce feed into the compensation program?
Okay. Yeah. Actually, it's similar to the RDNA, the rapid damage, the damage and destruction and losses assessment that was done earlier this year. The main purpose of the damage assessments that we conducted was to mainly feed into the recovery processes at the community level. So the main purpose was not to feed into the compensation process. There are already existing tools and mechanisms for that, and there are legal instruments that are already there. But what we provide is the creating the evidence and having this visual evidence of the damages, because using drone imagery captures the exact picture of the situation on that property and the surroundings of that property at a given period of time or specific date and time.
Thank you once again. I hope you stay with us till the end of the seminar for additional questions and comments. We move then to the next speaker, Mr. Dmitry Makarenko, which, by the way, I know quite well personally from a Norwegian-funded project with his institution some years ago. Norway funded the construction of new topographic maps or renewal of the topographic maps for the entire territory, and also established the GNSS service throughout Ukraine. I had the great pleasure of working with Dmitry for a few years, a nice person. He is formerly the deputy chairman of the Mapping and Cadastre Authority in Ukraine, State Geocadastre, but he has for some time, quite a long time, been the acting chairman of the institution and is currently in that position. Dmitry, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, dear guests. Good afternoon, Helge. Thank you very much for the invitation and nice introduction. It is my pleasure to be with you. So let me share my screen. Yes, it should work right now. Is it okay?
Yes.
Great. So the topic of my presentation will be dedicated to the Land Registry of Ukraine and key challenges and specific issues during the Marshall period. I will cover the following issues. So I will tell you about the State Geocadastre National Mapping and Cadastre Agency of Ukraine. I will tell you about probably the biggest geospatial system, which we call State Land Cadastre of Ukraine. Also, I will tell you about administrative services, about issue of land privatization and some specific things during the Marshall period. And of course, I will cover the topic how we continue our operation after the war has come to our country. So basically, Ukraine is the biggest country of Europe, covering more than 5% of the European territory, and unfortunately, around 27% of our country is being occupied by Russians. And soon we will have, sadly, anniversary, almost 3 years of full-scale invasion against Ukraine. So this is the reality which we live and work every day. If talking about state geocadastre, so we are, as I mentioned, National Mapping and Cadastral Agency of Ukraine. We have quite a huge structure with departments all over Ukraine in each regions of Ukraine. Also, we have a number of the state enterprises which are mainly performing the official governmental tasks in the domain of land administration and topographic and mapping activities. State Geocadastre main responsibilities. So basically, we are the service-oriented agency. Our main function is providing the administrative services to citizens and business, which are mainly connected to the data of state land cadastre. I will tell you about this a little bit later. Also, we perform in the functions of control for land use and land protection. We are responsible for ensuring the measures to create and develop the spatial data infrastructure of Ukraine. We are responsible for state land cadastre development and administration. And also we are responsible for updating the topographical base map for geodetic activities and for cartography. Regarding the restrictions which we faced during the Marshall period, of course, it is clear that we are the holder of very sensitive cartographic information. That is why the decision of the government was taken to close the public cadastral map from the open access. We closed also the geoportals of the State Geodetic Network, and we closed the NSDI geoportal. But we basically closed it from the public access, but these geoportals are operational, and we are providing the services as we did before, but with some limitations. Let's talk about basically the, as I mentioned, one of the biggest system, geospatial system of Ukraine, about state land cadastre. So I would like to tell you about the official information that is there in the state land cadastre. So we have the state border of Ukraine, the part of the state border of Ukraine, because not the whole border is still there. You know that we have some troubles with our neighbors in the north part, I mean the Belarus and Russians, and of course the part of the Transnistria. But I will again tell it in the figures later. We have also the index cadastral map in state land cadastre. We have also photo plans, which are particularly a little bit outdated, but still the territory of Ukraine is quite huge, and it is very costly to update the also photo plans in the 10K scale for the whole country. We have the information about land plots. We have the information about the land use restrictions and melioration networks and other additional information which you may see on the screen. What is very important to mention that in Ukraine there is a dual system for registration of the property, which means that state geocadastre, for example, is responsible for registration of the objects, for example, the land parcels, but we are not registering the rights, the property rights for these objects, which is being done by the Ministry of Justice. And we have the informational exchange in online format with the Registry of Justice, with the Property Rights Registry on a daily basis. Also, we have the informational layers in the state land cadastre, which means that these layers are not considered to be the official information. So this is an informational part of the system which is being collected from the stakeholders whom we have the agreements informational collaboration. So we have in the state land cadastre the information about natural reserve fund, emerald networks, forests, wetlands, lands, hydrography, oil and gas wells, energy facilities, and subsoil plots. Some statistics about our system. So we have more than 25 million of land parcels in the system. Also, we are responsible for entering the information about boundaries of the settlements to the state land cadastre. And here we have only 37% done. I would like to underline that state geocadastre is not developing the boundaries itself. We are responsible for registration of boundaries into the system. This is the full responsibility of the municipalities to allocate the funds and to develop these boundaries, as well as the next figure, the normative land valuation of the settlements. So again, we are responsible for filling the data with filling the state land register data with information about normative land valuation of the settlements, but we are not responsible for the development of this normative land valuation. And also, we have not a very good coverage of that. Only 41% of settlements have updated and entered their normative land valuation to the state land cadastre. Regarding the state border of Ukraine, you may see on the slide that we have the border line in cadastre, which is with the European countries. So it is fully demarcated and delimited and inserted to the state land cadastre. And we have, of course, you may understand that the troubles with the border with Russians, Belarus, and Transnistria. Also, we have inserted several functionalities regarding the melioration networks and its part to the state land cadastre. Also, we have foreseen the functionality in the state land cadastre to fill the data about the urban documents, for example, the functional zones, which is very important to the urban planning, for example. And also, we opened the functionality to put the boundaries of the territorial communities. Only 62 communities have done this, but most of them were done this year in 2024, which shows rather good dynamics, I believe. The interactions with the state land cadastre, as I mentioned, taking into account that we have one of the biggest official geospatial system in the country, so a lot of stakeholders would like to use our data, and that is absolutely not the problem. So we have two types of interactions with the state land cadastre. First one is automated interaction. For this, we need to have the agreement and data protocol, and of course, the mandatory requirement for the system which is wanting to interact with our system is the complex system of data protection for the system. So it is rather difficult thing to be done. So not all systems are having this complex system of data protection, but nevertheless, we do have the automated interaction with the Registry of Rights of the Ministry of Justice, as I mentioned, with the National Anti-Corruption Agency, with the State Agrarian Registry, with the National Geoportal of NSDI, of course, with e-construction system of the Ministry of Infrastructure. We have the informational interaction with Tax Service of Ukraine and with Ministry of Digital Transformation. And option number 2 regarding the data interactions, of course, it may sound rather outdated, but we should act according to the circumstances. So we have the external drive exchange, which means that we can sign the agreement and data protocol with the systems which do not have the complex system of data protection, and just give the information from the state land cadastre on the hard drive. So we do have such informational exchange with the State Subsoil Agency, with the State Forest Agency, with the Council of National Security and Defense, with Statistic Agency, and with the Ministry of Economy, and of course with Emergency Service and Demining Center, because they are giving us information regarding mined territories, and we are giving them the information about land parcels which are covered by this mined or potentially mined zones. The access to the state land cadastre. So as Andrii Martyn mentioned during his presentation, the development of the digital tools and solutions are quite high in Ukraine. And I'm very proud that we have foreseen rather convenient methods to access to the system. So we do have the 3 options of the authentication into the system and into the personal e-cabinet of e-services like digital signature, bank ID, or mobile ID. We also provided access to the key stakeholders as the access to the system, I mean, to the anti-corruption bodies, police, local authorities, and centers for the administrative services. So in the bottom of the slide, you may see the statistics of the connections, active connections to the system. Several words about the issues of privatization in Ukraine based on the state land cadastral data. It is very important to mention the general statistics which we see in the system. So around 12.5 million of land parcels of agricultural form of use are in the private property, which cover 23.5 million of hectares. And very important to mention that 3.8 million of land parcels are of residential and public buildings use, which are accounted in the state land cadastre. Also, I would like to mention that during the period from 2013 till 2021, State Geocadastre and our territorial bodies were responsible for privatization process in terms of agricultural land outside of the settlements. So during this period, our territorial bodies have granted to the ownership approximately almost 500,000 land parcels with the area which you may see on the screen to the private property. In 2021, this process was terminated due to the deregulation law, and this mandate was given to the territorial communities, which is very good, I think, for the territorial development. And also another block of the privatization was dedicated to the process of providing the agricultural land parcels to the militaries and servants of the armed forces of Ukraine. This process was also active starting from 2014 till 2021, and now it is also terminated due to the restrictions which is connected with martial law. But political discussions are ongoing regarding the possibility of opening the privatization process for the militaries, but we are just waiting for the official government decisions on this issue. Several words about the services of the State Geocadastre. As I mentioned, we are a service-oriented organization, and we have in total 32 services, which are divided into the several types. So 10 of them are on the fixed fee, so they are on the payable basis. 22 are free of charge. It is nice that 21 of them are fully online, and 23 of them are based on the exterritorial basis. And I will tell you what does it mean, the exterritorial basis, on the next slide. But at the moment, I will show you the statistics about the most popular online services of State Geocadastre. So first of all, this is just receiving the information about the owner of the land parcel. So you may enter the cadastral number at the e-services cabinet and receive the name of the owner without the personal data, only the name. So we have provided more than 25 million of such references, and you may see that almost 500,000 in 2024. It is done fully online. Also, we are providing the extracts on normative land valuation. Basically, these extracts are necessary for taxation and for calculating of the lease rates and tax payments. I'm happy to announce that this service is being fully online, with some exclusions which are mainly connected to the technical specifics, and it is one of the most popular services of the State Geocadastre. More than 4.5 million of references are given annually. And also extracts about land parcel. Basically, this document is the basis for any kind of the legal agreements with the land. So if you want to sell the land, you cannot do it without the extract about the land parcel. And also more than 500,000 of documents have been provided this year, and more than 80% was done online. What does it mean, the exterritorial approach in providing the services? It means that the applicant may supply with the document or request to receive the service from either e-portal of State Geocadastre or from the Center of Administrative Services all over Ukraine. And then the application goes to the system, and the system automatically randomly choose any of the cadastral registers to fulfill the service all over Ukraine. Meaning that, for example, if I apply for the service in Kyiv, my application may be viewed and proceeded in Lviv or Odessa or Zhytomyr or whatever. So typically it takes 5 days for the completion of the service, and this exterritorial approach was provided to avoid the direct contact between the applicant and the official who is taking the decision on the electronic service providing. Not all services are working on the exterritorial principle, because the main thing is the correctness of the database. But this is the main principle that we are trying to use while developing the new services in our system. Dynamics of the land parcel registration. So you may see the average number of registrations before the war and the average number of new registrations after the war. So it is clear that economic activity decreased a lot. And also the decrease was caused with the martial law restriction regarding the free privatization process during the martial period. But we are very happy to see that 100% of registrations are being done online in exterritorial mode. So it is a great thing, I think, to combat corruption in Ukraine. The extracts from the state land cadastre, also you may see the statistics before the war and after the war, and you may see that the share of online extracts are growing. This is caused mainly because the people are reallocating across the country, and for them it is much easier, for example, to apply for the extract from the state land cadastre online, being exterritorial in any point of Ukraine. And I think that it simplified a lot the life of the people who were forced to leave their homes, for example, from the West. Then 24th of February came, and it is a sad date in the modern Ukrainian history. So what did we do during this period? First of all, basically we suspended the state land cadastre and public cadastral map, and right in the March of 2022, when the Russians were very close to Kyiv, the issue of data security was probably the most critical, and we took the decision to reallocate physically the system from the Kyiv to the safe place. And later on in the May, we returned the system back to Kyiv and restored the operation of the automated system of the state land cadastre, with some limitations in the public part of the system, but still the system is fully operational at the moment. And I'm very proud of our technical team, who made a great job starting from July 2022. And we inserted a lot of new functionalities to the state land cadastre. For example, the automated normative land valuation extracts for agricultural lands. For example, the technical audit of the system. For example, the functions which were dedicated to the destroyed Kakhovka Dam. So we inserted this layer to the state land cadastre with a special block for any kind of registration of the new land parcels on the territory which were on which the Kakhovka Dam was situated before it was destroyed. Some specific issues regarding the regions of Ukraine which are occupied or under combat actions. So basically, we inserted the functionality in state land cadastre which allows us to block any kind of operations with the state land cadastre data on this territory, and to block the suspicious activity of the users which were previously connected to the system also on these territories. And these territories are being identified according to the order of the Ministry of Reintegration of Ukraine. So they update the information, and we update the information accordingly with the restrictions to operate the system. What has actually changed in the work of state land cadastre? So I will indicate several very critical, to my opinion, things. First of all, in the peacetime, all state cadastral registers throughout Ukraine did have the authority to make the registration actions in the system. In the martial law, we approved the list of the state cadastral registers who are authorized to operate in the territories within their territorial units. Then we blocked from the public access the public cadastral map of the system, which is also not very good for the general users, but this is a reality. We cannot take the risk regarding the availability of the information. Also, we foreseen the use of information only to certain registers and land managers and players, and the information about coordinates is very limited for the access. The filling of the state land cadastre data after the full-scale invasion. One of the good tool for the fill of the state land cadastre is the inventory of the lands, and state geocadastre is responsible for the inventarization of state-owned lands all over Ukraine. So these figures, which you may see on the slide, this doesn't mean that this is like 100% of the fullness of the state land cadastre in territory. This is 100% of the completion of the inventory works which were planned for the mentioned oblast. So last year in the 2023, we had 142,000 of hectares in the plan for the state inventory, and we have conducted 72% of the plan. As you may see in the screen, some oblasts showed the good results, some were not as good, but we are conducting this work this year as well. And another issue of the security of the data and filling of the state land cadastre is basically the land management documentation fund. We are struggling at the moment with the issue of digitalization of the fund, because you may imagine more than 25 million of land parcels, and the documentation for these parcels are stored in this land management fund. The majority of documentation is in the paper form, so it is very important to digitize all these documents and to ensure the proper security of this documentation. So we are doing this work with within our territorial departments, who are scanning these documents and store them into their system. But in the future, we would like to make the proper connection with the state land cadastre and land management documentation fund. Basically, the main problem which we do have right now on doing this is the proper memory capacity of the state land cadastre system, because for the storage of the whole scanned land management and land valuation fund, we need approximately 240 terabytes of data. And you may see that we showed a rather good result starting from the 2022 till 2024 in scanning of these documents. More than 3.6 million of land management documentation was scanned. Also, I would not repeat the things that were mentioned by our partners, by Sadig from UNDP, but we have established a very good cooperation with UNDP and Ministry of Infrastructure, mainly in ensuring the proper methods of damage assessment, in receiving the available data from the project that was done by UNDP, and regarding the given access to these materials, we are the national geoportal of NSDI to the interested communities. This is very good because at the moment we have almost 87% of the territorial communities at the national geoportal of NSDI, which is the good result, and we are trying to develop a very practical tools for them to utilize the functionality of a national geoportal and avoid duplication of financial and human resources in updating all the cartographic materials for their territory. That was my last slide, and I thank you for attention. This photo, which you may see in the left, was taken by me, not far from the central office of State Geocadastre in the middle of 2022. So it was my last slide. Thank you for attention. I'm very happy to give the answers to your question, if any.
Thank you very much, Dimitro, giving us a glimpse into your organization. I've seen it firsthand, and I can only confirm that you are delivering services in line with some of the best we can find elsewhere in Europe, in terms of services to professional users and to the private and to individuals, and in terms of digitalization. So congratulations on what you have been doing. But my first question, I have only one at this point of time, is how in hell are you able to run the business in the middle of a war? We listen to reports every day of missiles also hitting Kiev. How are you able to work in these circumstances?
Well, this is the matter of philosophy, I think. Yes, it is difficult. It was difficult in the first stage, I would say, but you can do nothing. So this is the reality. And we have a very good budgetary support from our partners. So that means that the salaries of the technical staff and the officials are safe, which give us the chance to continue working. And as I mentioned, we have a very good technical staff who are on the daily basis in the office and developing the new functionality and tool. And I think that on some directions within this martial period, we showed even better progress than the many years in the peacetime. For example, in the updating of the topographical data, I did not tell about this in my presentation, but we finally last year launched the state-funded program on the updating of the digital topographical map in the 10 scale, 10,000 scale. Of course, we are not full with budgetary, but we are trying to do the 100% of the funds that are allocated to the state geocadastre.
With what you are doing, and let's give him an applause for his presentation and for the fact that you hold out. Thank you very much. And in the discussion, we will come back to the Ukrainian issues, mainly, I think, but we will also now benefit from the fact that this event is in the framework of a CLGE annual meeting, and the fact that you are in Norway, so we'll have two presentations, one from CLGE and one from about the cadastre situation in Norway. So could I invite Mr. Matthias Grilic to come and give a presentation about best practices in cadastre in Europe. He is a private surveyor and head of his own company, as far as I understand it, and long participant in since long a participant in CLGE meetings. Please.
Thank you for a presentation. And dear colleagues, dear friends, thank you for having me here in this very important seminar about Ukraine. My name is Matthias Grilic. I'm coming from Slovenia. I'm long-year delegate, national delegate from Slovenia in CLGE. I'm also a member of ex-board and former president of IGPALS, that is one interest group inside the CLGE. So for the start, I would like to briefly introduce CLGE. CLGE. CLGE is the Council of European Geodetic Surveyors. Our key goal, you could say our motto, is working for the profession. The strength of CLGE is a network of colleagues and friends with the same commitments and love for the profession all over Europe and beyond. We have delegates from the public sector, the private sector and academics, and we are working all together for one profession. CLGE is the leading European Association of Surveyors. We have 41 members, as you see on the slide, and more than 100,000 individual members of European surveyors. This means that it is still a very small profession, and that's why we must have a close cooperation with organizations and bodies that you see here in the slide. This is the CLGE definition. CLGE is the leading representational body for the surveying profession in Europe, and our mission is to represent and promote the interest of geodetic surveying profession in the private and public sector in Europe. And as I said before, inside CLGE, there's a think tank taking care of public appointments and property rights named IGPALS. IGPALS means interest group of publicly appointed regulated liberal surveyors. And we said before that our motto is working for the profession. And what do we do for that? CLGE is an organization that carries out projects and develops various tools to help its members set up systems for the effective government of geodesy as a profession. Tools such as codes, standards, and professional projects showcasing best practices from various European countries serve as good examples and support for drafting legislation or planning regulation. In recent years, we have already helped many countries. Shining examples are Belgium and Czech Republic, which established new surveying chambers in the last 2 years. In the past, we have assisted with the professional regulation through visits by our top representatives in countries like Croatia, Romania, Spain, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, and others. When we say we work for the profession at CLGE, we mean it. Based on examples or best practices and deep understanding of the situation in various European countries, We offer help in establishing an excellent environment for the governance of geodesy. We strongly believe that this is also a good opportunity for Ukraine. CLGE mission is represent and promote the interest of the geodetic surveying profession in the private and public sector in Europe. We try to implement this mission through activities in the following three areas: regulation of the profession, some projects, and visibility of the profession. I would like to introduce all these three kind of activities. The first one is regulation. And the most important thing in that is our code of professional qualification for property surveyors. We like to say in CLGE that this code is sort of our constitution. And this code defines, as you see on slides, and recommends necessary professional qualifications and prerequisites, as well as professional business and disciplinary requirements. We describe it, our code of professional qualification, with this simple formula. Property surveyor is 5 plus 2 plus professional exam plus 20. So let's go in order and look at the individual requirements. The first one is 5 years in the field of education. Property surveyor must have 5-year university. 3 plus 2 or 4 plus 1, so master. In field of practice, minimum 2 or 3 years doing cadastral work. In field of approval, you must have professional exam. 20 hours per year CPD, continuous professional development. Must have appointment based on state law. Insurance is obligatory, also penalty board is obligatory, and quality control also. And at the end, ethical code or code of conduct, as we say in CLGE. We are currently, CLGE Code of Professional Qualification, status of signed declaration is at the moment, the current situation is 19 countries signed this declaration, as you saw in slide. And we are currently working on a signature by the Baltic states and also Kosovo. Of course, other countries are welcome to follow. Protecting property like land and buildings is very important for us. This is our main goal. People trust surveyors with their property because they are well educated and have strong professional standards. This trust comes from a long history that has made our property system reliable. Our aim is to keep this tradition strong by having a widely accepted set of rules for property surveyors. This will help our system stay strong in Europe and in the other parts of the world they are developing. The next tool, which I want to represent to you, is European requirements for property surveyors. In 2008, CLGE and Eurogeographics compiled a study on the European requirements for cadastral surveyor activities, which considered 24 countries in that time. The current study is in continuation of that work some 13 years later. It is compiled by CLGE with the support of the Permanent Committee on Cadastre, as well known as PCC. CLGE has got the answers to the new questionnaire from 42 countries, and this is a really good tool for this because at the end we had, as a conclusion, the portrait of the average European property surveyor, and this contains a nice idea of the average property surveyor. I don't have a time now here to go into the details, but it's worthwhile to analyze it and to check whether an emerging profession or a profession in reconstruction meets the requirements of this average ID. CLGE strives to strong regulation, or better, smart regulation. No over-regulation, just the required level, the level that's appropriate for property surveying and maybe other parts of surveying when they are very important. Economic model isn't so important for us. Some of the CLG countries entrust all the tasks to civil servants, and why not? It's very nice and high level of regulation. The important thing for us is sufficient level of regulation to safeguard the constitutional property right. The next tool is dynamic professional knowledge base. We call this DPKB, is a comprehensive database created as a result of a survey conducted among all members of the CLG family. It contains a wealth of highly useful information regarding the regulation of the profession in individual countries. The fundamental chapters of the database are national legal framework, fields of activity, professional recognition, and education programs. Today, this database has been incorporated into our CLGE website, as you can see in the image, in the slide. And you can simply select the country of your interest on the right-hand side, and you will find the essential information about this country. The next very actual project in CLGE is the Government the Profession. Government the Profession is the latest project by IG Pulse, where we systematically collect data on the different governance models of the geodetic profession in various member countries. By examining examples in different practices, we aim to highlight the strengths and weaknesses of each model of professional governance. While performing this study, we realized that some certitudes are maybe not so certain. For instance, it might be that we must move Switzerland from the right upper part to the left upper part, since the body organizing the professional in Switzerland holds some important attributes of a chamber. The project is currently still in progress and is being developed based on an extensive survey and interviews with the representatives from individual countries. The result will be a unified compendium that will present various principles of governance of the profession in a comparable way. The project is ongoing, and we expect to reach the final phase in 2025. We intend to publish our findings soon after. This publication will showcase the strength and weakness of professional governance in different countries. We've already introduced this study to other parts of the world, and there's interest in taking part in it. The next one is UReal. Regarding our influence, CLG set trends and standards. We have launched various standardization initiatives that are now well established in the European Union and beyond. For example, we have the European Real Estate Area label called UReal, which is very important for our economies. CLGE has long recognized the issue that the square meter of an apartment or business space is not consistent across different countries in Europe. This discrepancy exists not only in terms of price, but also in terms of actual size. To address this problem, in 2012, CLG launched the measurement code for the floor area buildings, known as UReal, which stands for the European Real Estate Area label. In 2013, CLG became a member of the IPMS coalition, where UReal was further developed into a standard for measuring various types of buildings. The standard is now complete, and CLG has adapted its UReal to ensure compliance with the IPMS standard, and there are considerations to initiate the standardization process for UReal with ISO and CEN. The next project is EXACT. European Geodetic Surveyors Act. This is a new important project in CLGE. It is based on all activities described in the previous slides and combines them into a new complex project. CLGE, as a leading surveyors association, initiate and support the activities for designing a complete policy Geodetic Surveyors Act, which will determine the place, role, and task of geodetic surveyors in the future development of Europe, applying the best solution and positive experiences. This means that we will upgrade the current European regulation with CLGE initiatives and some national peculiarities, and finally we will get the European Geodetic Surveyors Act. So we move to the projects. I have a few minutes more. The first very important project we're proud about to this project is condominium project run into our IGPARs. What does condominium mean? The concept of individual ownership rights and common properties. We listened on previous presentation that this is very important task. But our main goal not only to present these condominium systems in different countries. In this case, we have 11 national presentations. But our main goal is also to set or to stress the role of property surveyor in these condominium processes. And we have a different situation during these 11 nations. We have Denmark and Slovenia when the property surveyor has very big role in this condominium project, but we have some other countries when lawyers are the main in that project. So this condominium project also have a compendium, and it is on our webpage. And here is this QR code to get this. To extend this condominium project, we plan to combine the project of really as a standard and condominium and set this condominium plus project. The second project, very important, was the recent project Utility Cadastre. We also have 9 national presentations about the systems of utility cadastre systems in European countries, and also at the end is compendium of this utility cadastre, and also on our web page during this QR code is you can get this. For the end, CLGE also has its offices in Brussels at the House of the European Survey and Geoinformation, where you are always welcome. Take advantage of our hospitality and make us of the knowledge we have gained through our year-long work. By examining examples of best practices from various European countries, you will be able to find the governance model that is most suitable and effective. We invite you to visit us or contact us. More about this will be shared by CLGE Vice President Duncan Moss, who will participate in the plenary discussion at the end of the seminar. And that's all from my side. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Matthias, for it struck me when you talk that, or I remember, I was involved with Hernando de Soto, several of you know him, with his saying that countries that bring order to property will prosper. Countries that do not bring order to property, that people can sell and mortgage with safety, they will stay poor. And the surveyor plays definitely a key role in ensuring order in the property market. The next speaker, and I invite Leikny Gammelmo from the Norwegian Cadastre and Mapping Authority to tell you about the Norwegian system, which is quite particular. And in many senses, when it comes to qualifications to the surveyors, so different from the ideal situation presented by Matthias. But you should understand that this is depending on the legacy, a long legacy in Norway, that property surveying, property documentation was the responsibility of the municipalities. Only until 1980, we got a uniform cadastral law covering all of Norway, introducing professional surveying, with the limitations we had in doing that reform. Surveyors were not there. It was not possible to make an ideal situation overnight, but it's improving, and I can assure you that the Norwegian property market, there are some deficits. We have more boundary disputes than many other countries, but the property market, when it comes to selling, mortgages, and so on, functions quite perfectly. Leikny, please.
Okay. So I'm just going to give a very short introduction to the land registration system in Norway. And first, some information about Norway. I think Ukraine is 1.5 times larger than Norway, and you have a lot of more people. But in Norway, we have 15 counties and 357 municipalities, and we have more than 3.4 million cadastral units, 2.5 million addresses, and 4.3 million buildings. And main part of properties are in private ownership. And I think both Ukraine and Norway are the countries in Europe that have the longest state border on land. So that's a common fun fact for surveyors. And then we have the registers. This figure illustrates the relationship between information in the two main registers, the land register and the cadastre. The information is linked to the cadastral number, registered with one or more parcels as the objects. So the key to connect information is the cadastral number. And the cadastre facilitates combination of data and integrated dissemination of information. And when it comes to trust and the correctness of data in the two registers, the land register is the state guarantees that users can trust the correctness, but the state does not guarantee for the cadastre. So, and we are working towards more accurate and complete data in the cadastre. And the land register also guarantees the correctness of the name title holders and economic burdens. For other rights, the register gives a reference to the relevant documents. And there are no mandatory use of a notary to prepare documents. The so-called ordinary Joe can prepare documents for registration. However, in most cases, a real estate agent or advocate will help with writing transfer deeds and other documents. And we also have standard forms to be used for sale deeds that you can download from the net. So as Helge said, there is a good market for property sales in Norway. And the cadastre is regulated by the Cadastre Act. The purpose of the Act and the register is to ensure access to important land information by means of a uniform and reliable register that will be kept of all real property in the country, and by a clarification of boundaries and property-related matters. Furthermore, the Act shall ensure access to a joint geodetic reference frame, and the cadastre holds data about property, buildings, apartments, and addresses. And still there are many errors in the cadastral map and lack of data. But despite of this, it seems to get no harm on the land market, but can cause problems in automatic administrative processes. We have two cadastral authorities. The Norwegian Mapping Authority is the central cadastral authority, and the municipalities are the local. The state, represented by the central cadastral authority, shall organize, operate, and administer the cadastral system. And we host both the cadastre and the land register in centralized databases. The municipality, as the local cadastral authority, is responsible for carrying out cadastral survey and registration within their own municipality. The municipality may, by agreement, permit other parties to perform cadastral surveying on its behalf, for instance, another municipality or private companies. And the cadastral data are recorded directly into the central database. The mapping authority is pointed out to be the authorization authority when it comes to land surveyors with authorization. The land surveyors have to have an education, but we have the level of a bachelor, not a master that you mentioned before, and practical experience before they can apply for authorization. In addition to education and practice, all persons seeking authorization should take a test to demonstrate up-to-date knowledge and in legal and technical matters. And the land surveyor carrying out the cadastral survey shall protect all parties' interests and conduct the survey in accordance with generally accepted land surveying practice. An important principle in Norway is that insight is free of charge. Information in both registers is available for free for all users. For the land register, you need to log on with a bank ID. On this green button, show a land register, and you will retrieve information for 10 properties with one login. But in this solution, on this website, when it comes to the cadastral data, it is open and possible for everyone to use, but you will only have free access to a limited type of data. So, if you want more data about your own property, the Norwegian Mapping Authority have just recently developed a new website where private individuals can gain insight to more of the cadastral data relevant for their properties. This solution also required login by bank ID. And in this example, the person owns a section or a condominium apartment in a larger residential building, and the website will give more insight to the data about the building and the apartment he or she owns. It is stated in the Cadastre Act that everyone shall have access to information about the cadastre. The Central Cadastral Authority and municipalities shall ensure that information is available on request. So, as a third option, you can contact the municipality and get a printout of all data registered in the cadastre about your property. But this comes with a cost, so that's not a free solution. And then, to illustrate the cadastre in an ecosystem and the data flow, we have this figure. As we can see, some of the data in the cadastre is a copy. For instance, ownership, which is registered in the land register. And then we have the updating and registrations made by the municipalities. The data is then used in a variety of programs, analyses, and for different purposes. In Norway, we want to have a data flow of up-to-date data. and minimize the need of copies. And hopefully, increased use of data also gives increased quality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leikni. I should have mentioned that she is one of the two, and that's telling about the story in Norway when it comes to cadastre. She is one of the few, one of the two, that holds a doctorate degree in cadastre. Leif Bjarte Mjøs, which he will be tomorrow, is the other one. You understand that cadastre surveying in Norway is still a public service. It's done by civil servants. The individual surveyor cannot be sued economically for any, or in very, very exceptional cases, I guess, but he's not responsible like an individual surveyor is in countries where they have a system of private surveyors. I was involved in the legislation and I fought a long time for removing the municipal monopoly, but that was not possible at all. I didn't really understand that when the big majority of municipalities in Norway would keep the existing system, the parliament would never change that. And that is what we have to live with, and for good and for bad. Not in my lifetime, but I guess sooner or later it will be changed, because I don't see any reason why cadastre surveying should be a public task. But in this country, it has so far not been possible to change it. Then we turn to the Ukrainian situation and devote the last half hour to questions or comments, and I hope our speakers still are with us. I should say that standing here, I represent one of the partners to this event, namely an organization called Habitat Norway, which is a non-governmental organization dealing with issues relating to housing and urban development. Urban Norwegian issues, but mainly also focusing on challenges in developing countries. It was very interesting to listen to the first speaker saying that the housing issues and the challenges that cannot be met with the regular market in Ukraine. And that is the situation throughout Europe. Also in this country, we have now a situation where young people do not have access to buy, they cannot get mortgages, that in reality they do not have access to get their own apartment or house in the larger cities. It's becoming so extremely expensive that young people are locked out of that market currently. And we have to find some other solutions to that issue, and that's interesting to listen to Anisimov's proposal for Ukraine, which might be some of the same things we will be looking for in Norway. I noted from the presentations that, very briefly, Ukraine obviously have good systems for monitoring, for mapping and assessing the damages. They are in a good position to provide that kind of information both to domestic institutions and to foreign institutions that might provide money. They have in place a system for compensation to people that have lost their apartment or house. They have major challenges when it comes to land property legislation issues. Not only as a result of the war, but as a legacy from the Soviet time, that people were given property, were given apartments, and 70%, if I remember correctly, of the people in Ukraine live in multi-apartment blocks. 70%. And they own their apartment, but the ownership to the land and to the common parts of the building is unclear. Probably it is, the ground still belongs to the municipality. My organization, and the purpose of this seminar was to provide this kind of knowledge to people, experts and others that might be involved somehow with channeling assistance to Ukraine, to the recovery of Ukraine. I can imagine that my organization would like to advise our government on issues related to providing funding for reconstruction in Ukraine. We do not get all the information we need for that today, but we get a glimpse into the issues we need to study more. And said that, I think it was a very, from my point of view, a very interesting, small, but still interesting glimpse into the issues they are struggling with in Ukraine. Then we open the floor for comments and discussions and questions. And Duncan, maybe I challenge you to lead that session.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Helga, and thank you, first of all, to all our presenters in Ukraine, online, and here in the room. I think we've had an excellent afternoon. There is a Slido chat that is open for questions. I'm just going to bring up my iPhone so I can just monitor that. But actually, I'd like to invite some questions from people in the room, actually. Let's take the questions in person if anybody here would like to add a question, have a comment or an observation from what you've seen today. So it's a two-way thing. It's not just about asking questions. It's about having some ideas, some reactions to what you've already heard. So we've got about half an hour. We don't have to fill that time totally, but it'd be good to take a little bit of time, I think, to consider what we've heard and ask a few questions and make some comments. Who'd like to kick off proceedings? Hamid Reza. So just for the people online who are listening to us, I'm just going to explain who's asking the question. So we've got Hamid Reza Ostadabas from Germany. He's the CLGE Young Surveyor Representative on behalf of FIG. Hamid, I'm going to bring you the microphone and you can ask your question.
Thanks a lot, Duncan. I have actually one general question regarding to the cadastral data in Ukraine. Are they following some international rules like from the OGC, Open Consortium system, or no? This is my first question, because how is this data are connected with the other geographical the data with the other countries? This is my question. I hope that somebody can answer this question.
Thank you, Hamid Reza. It's a question for Ukraine. It's about standards, I think. OGC standards. Are you thinking of LADM as well, Hamid Reza? Yes, so please question to our colleagues from Ukraine about what standards you're using for cadastre in your country. If Dimitro is with us, it's probably a question, a good question for geostate cadastre.
We didn't heard the question correctly because it's a very poor quality of sound.
Okay, I'm going
Can
to
you
ask.
repeat it?
I'm going to ask Hamid
and we are listening from the computer in the back of the room.
Okay.
Actually, so that's
okay.
why we.
No problem, Andrii. We will repeat the question for you. Hamid Reza, please. Again.
If you turn back, you can see us on the laptop, basically.
Sure. Yes. Actually, my question is related. What kind of standard are you following? Are you following the OGC standards, or okay, maybe I should stay here. Yeah, it's better, I think, right now. Yeah, are you following any OGC, any standards in your cadastral data? And how is this connection of your cadastral data with some kind of European data? Is there any possibility to be connected or to be followed from the other countries or other users in Europe or even all over the world? I hope you could.
So actually, maybe that would be the proper question for the Dmytro Makarenko as the head of the cadastral authority of our country, but I will try to answer. First of all, Ukraine, for collecting cadastral data, uses a lot of consortium formats. We use geopackage package format for collecting data on special planning, on cultural heritage, and some other topics. For land cadastral data, we use XML data to collect data, and Metro is here. Maybe Metro, you can complement me regarding the question of OGC standards that we use for cadastral and NSDI.
Yeah, regarding the standards. So basically, we have the standardization system dedicated to geospatial data in Ukraine, and especially before launching the NSDI system, we developed the special standard packages based on the OGC standards, which were approved by the order of the Ministry of Agrarian Policy and Food of Ukraine. These were dedicated to the data, to the metadata, and to the geospatial services. But the main problem is that all the standards in Ukraine are not mandatory to be used. They have only like the recommendational character. But for the geospatial data, and in particular the state land cadastral data, we do have the forms which are approved by the current legal acts, which of course should be followed by the developers, and if the proper documentation is done not in line with these regulations, it is not approved and accepted by the system.
Thank you. Yes. So we have a question from Vladimir Krupa, the CLGE president.
Hello. Can you? Where? In front of which computer? Is it okay? Ah, his laptop. Where is the camera? Ah. Hello, Vladimir Krupa, CLGE president. CLGE was very sensitive about the problems in Ukraine, and probably you all know that we organized some funding for Ukraine, because Ukraine Society of Surveyors and Cartographers are member of CLGE. And what can we offer? We want to help to our Ukrainian colleagues, and from all that I heard from you, you have some doubts about property registration organization, and we can offer our projects. You see that Matthias already explained that we have a very interesting condominium compendium. So we gathered experience from all European countries and about condominium registration, good things, bad things, also about utility cadastre. So I can invite our Ukrainian colleagues to some CLG meetings, seminars, or they can just announce that they will come, and we can organize some seminar directly for them, and to recommend and propose from our expert best solution for Ukraine questions. That can we offer from CLG. And it's not a question, but if you have some questions, please contact us, and we will do our best to help you to find the best solution for your problems.
Thank you. I cannot talk on the behalf of the Ukrainian Society of the Geodesy and Cartography, but I'm the member of the society, and we very appreciate CLG efforts to help Ukraine. And I think one of our requests at present moment, since Ukraine is actively in the process of EU membership, accession, so we need a lot of consultations regarding the improvement of our national legislation, also in terms of regulation of professional activity. So we will appreciate if CLGE will be possible to make maybe some consultation events or something like that for us to clarify some issues which sometimes are hard for us to, quickly adopt. Thank you.
Yes, you heard that our last project is about governing the profession. So we have a lot of knowledge and examples from European countries. What is the good and bad sides of each system? So you have a chambers, you have a national association, you have a civil servants, and at the end of this project, we will have some kind of SWOT analysis and what we can recommend to our members which are not fully organized in their professions. Lately, we have a very few good examples about founding a new chamber in the Czech Republic and in Belgium. That was last year's experience, and we are sure that CLGE are really very helpful for this country to find the best way to organize their profession. So please ask us. We can make some ad hoc meeting with our chairs of interest group and our vice presidents, and we can answer the best we can on your questions.
Thank you, Vlada. Helga, you have a question. Yeah, you need to just please come to the back and then you'll appear on screen for the guys in Ukraine. Just please stand in front of here.
A question to Anisimov or Dr. Martyn. In case of repairing a damaged building or totally constructing new buildings that are damaged, who will issue tenders and which body will actually act as the builder, deciding on, I guess, assigning a contractor to build, of course? Is it the municipalities or are there any other bodies in place? And a second question also here. Those who have lost their homes in multi-apartment blocks, either the block will be repaired or totally reconstructed. Will those people enjoy any kind of particular right to back to their old place, their old apartment?
Thank you, Helga. Could you hear the question clearly in Ukraine?
So maybe I will try to answer the question regarding the procurements for the reconstruction works. It depends on the source of funding for the reconstruction. We have different sources, and for example, if that's an apartment building, sometimes it's the resources of local communities. So then the procurement is done by the local village city council, and procurement done via digital procurement platform, so everyone can participate and provide construction services. We also have programs when as I said in my presentation, we have tools when money provided directly to the owner of the residential building or owner of the apartment, and in some cases money provided by the government directly to the companies which, for example, are responsible for some facilities, for energy facilities, infrastructure, and so on. So it's a different ways to find the money for the reconstruction, but the common rule, we use so-called ProZorro procurement service in Ukraine. It's also fully public. To make procurements for the recovery and construction works, which can be, let's say, be public. If we reconstruct, for example, energy facility or some infrastructure, and because of the military times, it's the data and project data it should not be published for in open access data, then procurement can be done without publishing. Anyway, it's a competition usually. And unfortunately, we didn't hear the second question because there was some interruption. So if you can repeat it.
Helga, do you want to ask again?
Answer.
I wonder if families or individuals who have lost their home enjoy any kind of special right to return to the house that has been repaired or to a block that has been reconstructed.
So if you totally lose your property, so usually government can provide you at least compensation for so-called housing certificate, which can be used for buying a new apartment. It's not. There's no obligation that will be the same building or in the same place. In fact, you are provided with the money. With those money, you can buy another property, maybe even in another city. Because, on the front line, when most of the destructions took place, it's usually not safe to live. So we have a lot of internal migrants inside of Ukraine, and if you live, for example, in Sumy region or in Kharkiv region near the front line, there's no sense to make huge restoration works there at present moment because the renovated or repaired building can be destroyed very easily and quickly in the same way as it was done. So, usually we have to provide people with money and they can buy any apartment in the safe place that they can afford. Sure, this is not a big amounts of money, but it's usually not enough to buy the apartment in the, for example, Kiev or Lviv or other big cities. But anyway, it's usually enough money to buy a existing house somewhere in a village, and usually it's quite affordable. So I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you, Andrii.
If I may add, thank you for asking, and also thank you, Andrii, for giving certain comments on this. One or maybe two components of the problem around the compensation is one that Ukraine does not see as a legal system, does not see sitting tenants as someone who has to be, whose rights have to be protected. So if people were renting the apartment, they are completely out of the picture of the state, and because they don't hold no rights over the lost property, and immediately after the property has been damaged or destroyed, their rights are in a sense cancelled, or they are not entitled to any compensation on that regard. So this was a problem for many families who have moved from Donetsk, for instance, to Zaporizhia or to Mykolaiv or to Kherson or elsewhere, whose properties that were renting were damaged again and they have to move again. So these people who are double IDPs, they were renting in the place they were evacuated from again, and they have no rights to compensation. The other component to this story is about the locality itself, and maybe a little bit on the regard that people who lost apartments, but they are unable to move, because being able to move elsewhere is in a sense, well, a bonus, a thing that a lot of people cannot afford. So those people are usually stuck in the vicinity of the area where their house has been damaged heavily. And even the compensation process, if it happens, and if it happens, they're lucky ones. If they don't, they're in a sense stuck in the vicinity of the area that was damaged with no real access to anything new, because exactly as Martyn and Andrii explained, usually in the areas that are being shelled or are very close to the border or the front line, there's no much construction works. So these people, as I showed on the IAM database, they are usually settling in the neighboring regions or even in the same region but closer to the safer zone. So there is a differing density of people who need accommodation and the opportunities for accommodation, construction and reconstruction that are available in those areas, and they are very different for different kinds of needs, which in a sense kind of doesn't reflect the problem that even if the people get compensation, which is a good case, they would rather move either further away from where they are, so they will leave their community entirely, or if they stay and they don't get compensation, they are stuck there without any finance to keep up what they need, and they're also usually unable to recover the building themselves because of the certain legal complications. But if the building is large or it's a multi-story building, it's just financially very complex to raise such money with individual donations or even with individual certificates.
Thank you, Oleksandr. That's a really comprehensive answer. Just to say, colleagues from Ukraine, you're welcome to ask questions to us as well. It's not a one-way situation, but I've got another question lined up from a colleague, Eric Hagemans from the Netherlands. Eric works for the Dutch Cadastre. He's a candidate as vice president for the CLGE elections taking place this week. Eric, can you invite you to ask your question, please?
Yeah, I see. Hello, thank you. I have a question especially for Oleksandr. First of all, I want to congratulate the whole organization about these stories. I think the whole seminar has given us a very complete image of the situation in geoinformation in Ukraine. And why I want to ask Oleksandr is that it's the subject the most outside my knowledge. And I was impressed by the way he presented it, and I could understand everything. It was very complete, very much aspects to this problem. And the question I want to ask to you, Oleksandr, is what do you personally think are the chances for the very wise recommendations you have made in this presentation? Are you think some reformation will be done to spend the money the most efficient way possible and to have the most effective, the best effect on the situation in Ukraine? In fact, that is my question.
Thank you. I mean, the way, as we have discussed, that the state currently leans on the model where people are offered a liberal model of choice, in the sense that if they're able to claim the certificate of the loss of their property, they would be entitled to compensation, and thus they are able to choose the apartments or the houses within the range of their financial possibilities or within their range of their needs. Apart from the complications that the our esteemed guest here is also the challenge is that what we see here is that there are a lot of categories of people, as I mentioned already, people who are of tenure, different tenure than ownership. In any case, they are not inside any governmental kind of method of calculation losses and anything else. So maximum what they are entitled to is the social services or temporary protection or temporary housing. That these people would not be able to jump from where they are to any other kind of level of welfare. And the challenge here would be that spending money in this liberal way is what we've already estimated is the least efficient financially. And why it seems a little bit of conundrum or kind of a illogical condition that it's least efficient financially, but this is the math in the sense that the scale of the damages and the cost of construction and the cost of finance and the cost of everything and the cost of land as well, which my colleagues know a lot of, is rising, and we need to somehow how to temper those rising costs and how some kind of include them in the long-term housing need resolution development. And the only economic way to do it is to set up a national and local housing agencies which are able to handle the local land market and local housing market and provide social housing in the rental form, obviously, which would enable to pay back the loans under very minimal loan conditions to the internationals or to the national agency if it will be receiving the general donations and loans from the international agencies to repay them back over the course of 30 to 40 years. Otherwise, the cost of square meter is just going to jumpstart from where we are now and going to raise because the economic value of land is rising, but also because of the construction costs are rising. So to combat both of those things, there are necessity to find a long-term investment vehicles which are not present in the moment. And I would deem that if the government would take responsibility of looking towards housing those people who are not covered by the current housing programs or the certificate system, it would amount to at least 500,000, which we've measured in 2023 with our colleagues from Australia, which would mean it would cost them 30 billion euros, and they don't have those. So they either open up and build a system that would enable 30 billion euros to fund the renovation programs, or they would find some other way, which I don't see on the horizon. Even with the pros and assets, there is nowhere near that much money coming in, especially with the needs for army and defense structures. So it's a very complex challenge, but the steps on the legislative, well, let's say legislative direction are being taken. They are very slow, but I hope we can step them up, and maybe internationals could also pressure the government to set up a resilient and circular housing investment system rather than discrete and non-transparent one, especially since it's not responding to the challenges of climate change and resilience, which are now put up with all the investments done in Ukraine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you, Oleksandr. We've got a question from Dimitri, actually. So we've got Thomas Jacobite, who is the current chair of IG PALS, the interest group for publicly appointed and regulated liberal surveyors. Thomas Jacobite from Germany. Thomas, please ask your question.
Thank you very much, Duncan. I've got a question to Dimitri. Do you still have access to the cadastral data in the occupied territories like cities in Luhansk or Donetsk? Is it possible? Are they digital, or are they lost for you right now?
We do have, thank you for the question. We do have the full access to the cadastral data in the occupied territories, but as of the date. So it means that the system was conservated right after the occupation. If we are talking about Luhansk, Crimea, and Donetsk, so the system that we have and the data that we have, they are as of 2014. And if we are talking about the system which we are newly occupied, starting from the February 2024, so we have there the full access to all information and data as of the date, with the blocking of any manipulations and changes with the land parcels afterwards. So we do have this information, but important thing that should be mentioned is the paper form documentation from the Land Management and Land Valuation Fund, which state on the occupied territories and which could be destroyed or could be taken away abroad of Ukraine. So this issue should be treated separately.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, we've got two more very quick questions. I'm very conscious of time, and I'm conscious it's an hour later in Ukraine, but one very quick question from Torben Juslager from Denmark. Torben, please ask your question.
Yes, hello. I'll do it very short. due to the huge damage we have seen today and that we see in the medias, I guess there sometimes will be a situation where a building is damaged and due to different reasons, you cannot find owners for the buildings. And that can create a locked situation in reconstruction. What do you do? Have you considered an administrative or a legal track to give ownership to a third party or to the state or the municipality?
Okay, we just need a very short answer.
I will try to answer.
Thank you.
I think we have the same rules as in many European countries. Property or it cannot be found. So the local authority, local council should first of all take some efforts to find the owner. If there is no owner at all, we don't know where it is, and the civil court provides a specific time after which there will be a court suit to make this property. I don't know the exact translation in English, but the property without owner. If it's recognized by the court as a property without owner, then it goes to communal property of the local community. So that's the common instrument which is used always, not only in the martial time. So that's the way how to deal with that.
Thank you, Andrii. And perhaps I could just use my prerogative as the host of this Q&A just to ask a question. I'll come to the camera so you can see me while I do that. Clearly, you've got a huge amount of work ongoing. You've got a huge amount of work to do to rebuild and reconstruct in Ukraine. I wanted to ask the question, you're going to need a lot more surveyors than you've got now. You're going to need a lot more professionals of every kind. In Western Europe, we're seeing a demise of courses to train land surveyors, courses closing down. I wanted to ask something about the educational capacity in Ukraine to train the surveyors of the future in the quantity that you're going to need to rebuild successfully. How is your situation?
Maybe I will also try to answer because I represent the university and we actually have a faculty of land management, and we have the most popular at present moment educational programs for land surveyors. So actually in Ukraine we have more than 40 universities which have educational courses for land surveying. For the last years we surely trying to implement different topics, different courses regarding the recovery, regarding the surveying of damaged properties, and so on. Special planning, new approach to special planning regarding the military actions on the territory. So we trying to respond to that, and sure, we hope that we will have enough specialists to deal with that issue. But anyway, we are trying to improve our educational programs every year.
Thank you, Andrii. Well, that's an impressive number, 40 universities training land surveyors. That's really heartening to hear. I think we'd like to keep in touch with that. As Vladimir Krupa said, there's a lot I think we could share in terms of best practice going forwards, in terms of your training of surveyors, both at the professional and also the technician level, thinking about what our colleague Maciej Grylj said from his presentation. There's a lot in that I think we can work together on in the future. But for now, I think we need to draw this session to a close, the conference to a close. I'm sorry, we're just very slightly over for a couple of minutes. So I'd like to give a big thank you to everybody online in Ukraine. You've been very patient to stay with us the whole day. Thank you not only for your presentation, but also the effort you put into preparing that. Really detailed, really kind of meaty topics there, so a lot we could learn from that. I think you left no stone unturned in what you told us, so thank you for sharing everything with us. We're just going to do some closing remarks here in the room. You're very welcome to stay online, but as I'm conscious it's 7 o'clock in Ukraine, so we're just going to give you colleagues in Ukraine a round of applause now, and thank you so much. So we're going to make a declaration from this seminar. We're going to be asking your input on that. So we're going to be doing that online, I guess, Jean-Yves, correct? Okay, so we send them a draft and they respond to it. We're going to prepare a declaration, guys, based on this conference, so we'd like your input into that. So the plan would be we'll draft some words and share that with you, and then you can have the chance to make a contribution to that, and that will be the Stavanger declaration on the output of this conference. So please wait for that. Thank you to those who sent their presentations. I've already published them online. For those that haven't, if you'd like me to publish your presentation, please send that to me in the correspondence. We'll get those online quickly so that everybody can benefit from that. Ivars, do you want to say a few words?
Yeah, standing here because the producer wants me to stay here. So I just want to thank you. Those from Ukraine, very good. You got your applause. 6:05. The next part of the CLGE meeting is the icebreaker dinner, which will take place 7 o'clock. And it's just beside the breakfast room, lunch room. There will be some food or something to drink at 7 o'clock. And also I have to thank you, the producer, who will do a very good job. Applause, yeah. So, and thank you for Helge, who have take us through the seminar, and to Duncan, who has just do a very good job. So, also applause to them. Yeah. So, yes, see you then at 7 o'clock. Okay, Duncan, he is not finished.
One more thing. So, for colleagues who are election candidates, on Saturday, please, can you stay behind in the room to do the portraits right now? Meryl's going to do those for us, so thank you again. Lily Christine?
Yeah, we have a list of the participants, so if you haven't ticked off the list, please help us so we can see who has been here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we can jointly declare this session closed. Thank you very much, everybody. Take care. We'll see you at the icebreaker.